Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
For Surrey versus Glamorgan in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. The sun is out, the crowd is in, and as Rana Swindells. Guy, what a day for it.
Yeah, after the struggles we've had with the weather for the last month or so, rather nice to actually have a proper summer's July day finally at last, and what looks to be a really good match-up today between two teams who, well, Yorkshire just managed to do, Surrey lost but just in that run chase against Yorkshire, and Glamorgan somehow managed to pinch a win against Gloucestershire. It looks as if they were set to win that one, so intriguing.
One of the most watchable aspects of the One Day Cup is that teams that might feel mismatched in the other two formats are actually much closer aligned given all the absentees you've got. Surrey 15 players away with either England or the 100. And actually, if you look at recent One Day Cup form, Glamorgan were much closer to reaching the knockout stages in last year's competition than Surrey were. And as you say, Glamorgan off to a winning start, Surrey yet to get off the mark.
Absolutely, and Glamorgan won it, was it 2 years ago at Trent Bridge? So they've got form in this competition, and they've won the toss this morning and put Surrey in. Interesting.
Yeah, it is an interesting call. I guess that is what most teams do here at the Kia Oval. In all formats really, Surrey in the county championship, pretty much every time they win the toss they will bowl. Similarly in the T20 Blast, but I guess the difference here today is just looking up. It is a glorious day, and not a day you probably as a fielder particularly looking forward to spending 50 overs in the sun for. Van der Gooten to open up for Glamorgan to Dom Sibley, left alone, 2 slips in place. It was quite interesting in the Surrey-Yorkshire game, comparing the two new ball spells. Both teams bowled well with a new ball, but there was a notable difference in how Yorkshire found so much more early movement through the air. And that has made life so much more harder for the Surrey top order. Ben Code in particular was absolutely outstanding, totally impeccable with his control of length in particular.
Now, I was talking to one or two of the Glamorgan reporters who are up here, and they're pretty pleased with the way that the batting is lining up this season, but do fear that there is an absence of out-and-out pace that might hold them back in this competition.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go on this pitch, because the pitch here at Kia Oval this season, again across formats, has been really quick. The sort of pitch that the faster men on the circuit really enjoy bowling on. Just thinking back to the Vitality Blast campaign, visiting bowlers who enjoyed a lot of success. John Turner at Hampshire, bowling upwards of late 18 miles per hour. He was someone who really enjoyed it. Chris Soule, the Scotland bowler, who was playing for Northants, he was cranking it up around 90 miles per hour. You get really good carry here. So it is a ground where if you do have a bit of extra pace, you will be rewarded for it.
As you used to be. Good to see it's back.
It's a really good start from Van der Gooten.
That was a beauty. That really was a beauty. Up until then, Sibley had looked sort of fairly in control of the situation, but that was a genuine beat outside the off stump.
Yeah, Sibley just motioning with his right hand there that there is some early movement away from him. Van der Gooten started really well. Settled in on that channel just outside off stump, and now finding some early movement. Keeping the slip cordon interested. Defended this time into the offside, no run.
Yes, Netherlands via Australia, so interesting. Played 8 ODIs as well for the Netherlands along the way.
It's a busy day for cricket. Lots of Metro Bank One Day Cup action. We're one of 7 games today, and obviously the Test match as well.
Yes, involving several Surrey players.
Oh, beaten on the inside edge this time. Van der Gooten got a couple to shape away from Sibley. This one nipping back into the Surrey opener, beats him on the inside edge. Considerable movement off the pitch, actually. I thought initially it was through the air, but really jagged into Sibley, who in the end was fortunate not to get a little something on it.
Super first over, wasn't it? To set him up with the away swingers, and then managing to get that final delivery to dart back like that. Tom Sibley knows he's in a game now.
Reminder that you can get in touch with us. The email address is surreybroadcast@gmail.com. It's a Sunday morning, so I'm sure a lot of people watching this would have been involved playing club cricket yesterday. So if you have any particularly interesting stories from your battles on the field yesterday, do get in touch, let us know.
Jamie McElroy from the pavilion end.
Oh, and he starts really well as well. Just beating Ryan Patel on the outside edge. Very, very good start from Glamorgan.
Yeah, you can now understand why they elected to bowl first, can't you, with the ball doing what it is at the moment.
McElroy is one of a few players in the Glamorgan squad who have got into the professional game slightly later than you'd normally expect. Again, really good areas from McElroy. Brilliant control of length so far from the 2 Glamorgan opening bowlers.
It's funny, I was just looking at the speed on that, and it was 77 miles per hour that came up. It looked a little sharper than that. Interesting that he's got that movement and the heavy ball that makes it look slightly quicker than it genuinely is.
Left alone this time from Patel. A little bit of extra width. Patel opting not to throw his hands at that one. He was very aggressive against Yorkshire. He scored briskly, but his intent was much greater than his strike rate might suggest. So we were up against it in that run chase, rain affected run chase.
Yeah, it was a decent 40 in the end, wasn't it? Yeah, in the circumstances.
And he's someone actually who has a very good recent 50 over record. It was a One Day Cup campaign 3 years ago that sort of changed the way he played against the red ball, freed him up a bit, and had a very good 2022 County Championship campaign at the top of the order. In a title winning year for Surrey.
He hasn't got his line quite right. The ball is doing a little bit, but probably pitching it slightly wider than he needs to, so it's an easy lead for Patel. But then at the moment we've had 11 deliveries and we still haven't had a run, so there is something to be said for it.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised that Ryan Patel hasn't attacked the balls that have been slightly wider from McElroy, because a couple of them have been drivable, you'd say. Back of a length this time and defended into the offside. That is another maiden. Surrey, none for none after 2 overs. Interesting what you said about the speed gun. This is Cam Ponsonby, who we'll hear from later. This is his area of expertise, speed guns. I do think that different speed guns, not all speed guns are exactly the same, and I think particularly if you look at the 100 ones, I am always a little bit
Are they a little
suspicious.
higher than you would expect?
They are a little bit higher across the board.
Isn't that funny?
Especially when you look at players who you're used to seeing a lot of
Yes.
on televised games.
Even if they are bowling in shorter bursts, it's...
we have our first run. Cut to backward point, who did really well actually to intercept it. Saves 3, but Dom Sibley is off the mark and Surrey are up and running.
Yeah, I think it was Ben Kellaway who stopped the ball. He looked slightly disappointed with himself that they'd snuck through for a single as well.
Incredibly high standards if you were disappointed with that. Van der Gooten getting his first sighting of Ryan Patel this morning. Oh, beats him. Really good start this from Van der Gooten.
Yes, apologies, there's a slight shake on one of our cameras, so we'll get that sorted out as soon as possible.
Outside edge along the floor, but cut off by the man at short third. 6 fielders on the offside for Van der Gooten, 2 Ryan Patel. 4 men in the ring, 2 slips in place as well. The field telegraphing the sort of areas that Van der Gooten will be looking to target.
Which also might suggest why the drive has been kept in the pocket so far.
Beaten again.
It's another corker, isn't it?
Really good line. The sort of line where Patel must feel compelled to play at it. And I think this one just holds its line. But Patel had to keep his bat on around off stump just in case there's any inward movement. We've already seen some movement off the pitch early on.
Yeah, and there's good carry too. He's getting good bounce, good carry through to the keeper, just as he was saying.
3 slips now in for Ryan Patel.
Yeah, just cramped him for room again. And Ryan Patel must be getting frustrated now. It's 10 deliveries he's faced and still not off the mark.
I think Surrey were slightly caught short by the adjustments to the match on the other day against Yorkshire. It became closer and closer towards the T20. I think this side is set up for longer form cricket. Ooh, half an appeal from Van der Gooten. It's another excellent over for Glamorgan. Surrey 1 for no loss, but after 3 overs, yeah, Surrey just struggled to keep up with the required run rate. And even though the final margin of victory wasn't considerable, it didn't really feel like they were in it for quite a long time. Not until Josh Blake came in at number 7 was there really any impetus where you felt like a Surrey player was being particularly proactive and trying to create something, because Yorkshire bowled really well, and it was one of those situations where if the opposition is bowling well, you almost need to do something different as a batter. Force the bowlers to resort to a plan B or a plan C. It's a catching mid-wicket in for Dom Sibley. McElroy, you'll think, will swing the ball into the right-hander. They go through for a single, and I think, yeah, that'll be called a leg bite.
Leg bite, yeah.
Yeah, loads and loads of cricket on today. So you've got the Test match at Edgbaston, where West Indies are 44 for 2, trailing England by 50 runs in their second innings. You've got the Women's Asia Cup final, India versus Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe, Ireland as well, which is heading for a really exciting finish. Ireland 41 for 5, chasing 158 for what would be their first Test match victory on home soil. And then this is one of 7 one-day cup fixtures. You've got Somerset, Hampshire, the Utilita, Kent, Lancashire, at Blackpool, which sees Rocky Flintoff making his professional debut, which is very exciting. Worcestershire, Durham, Essex, Gloucestershire, Nottinghamshire, Yorkshire, and Sussex Warwickshire. Oh, cuts Patel in half. Inside edge, Patel picks up 4, but it's not convincing. Surrey get their first boundary, but the manner in which they pick that up is reflective of the respective starts here. Glamorgan outstanding with a new ball.
Just see again how he's hurrying Patel up. He's late on the shot, got that little inside edge. He's off the mark, but still finding life very difficult out there. And you're right, it's a proper 50 over build and innings.
This is brilliant from McIlroy. McIlroy stares at Patel, wondering, what do I need to do here? And just like in the previous over, Glamorgan add a third member to that slip cordon. Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan skipper, on the attack.
And to be honest, why wouldn't you be?
This one keeps a little bit low through to Will Smale behind the stumps. Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley advance down the pitch to do a bit of gardening. Driven this time, but straight. To Carlson, and Patel goes.
I thought he'd hit the ball into the ground for a second
I
there.
thought that too, hence my lack of reaction.
But it was catching practice.
But Glamorgan do pick up an early wicket. It's a deserved early wicket. They've been brilliant with the new ball. Van der Gooten from one end, McIlroy from the other. Patel had been reluctant to use that drive early on, even when there were hints of width. But this time he drives uppishly, and in the end it's a very straightforward catch for the Glamorgan skipper. Surrey 6 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? He checked the drive, he didn't really follow through with it. Carlson can't quite believe his luck. And that's probably almost the worst ball that McIlroy has bowled. It's wide-ish, but it moved again, and that seems to have done Patel.
Yeah, outstanding start from Glamorgan. They've given Surrey nothing to work with. 6 runs, 5 of them off the bat, and 4 of those came through an inside edge. 4 overs in, both bowlers creating pressure, creating chances. And on what looks like it should be a really good day for batting, we've seen some pace in the pitch early on as well. It's genuinely warm, which is not something we've been able to say very often this season. Barely a cloud in the sky. Sort of day that can very easily become a difficult one for seam bowlers in particular. A waft from Sibley, plays and misses.
Now, you may have noticed that the picture is now steadier than it was earlier. Apparently, because the camera is attached or near the church, when the church is rocking with music, so rocks the camera. And when they're not singing hymns and the organ is not being played, then we're fine. So, who knew? Sunday morning problem you never knew existed.
Beaten again on the outside edge. Impeccable start from Van der Gooten. Somehow yet to draw an edge, and for the 3rd over in a row, Kieran Carlson says, I want another man in the cordon. 3 slips and a gully to Sibley.
I'm feeling for you at the moment, yes, because you're having to find new and different ways to say beaten outside off stump again.
Sibley uses his feet, bit of invention. He picks up 4, but again, not convincing. An inside edge whistles past Sibley's leg stump and races away to that very short fine leg boundary. Surrey have their 2nd boundary, and it's a 2nd inside edge past the stumps.
Yeah, from outside off, he decided he had to look to attack. So that's 2 boundaries, 2 inside edges. We've yet to see a convincing shot for runs.
This one jags back into Sibley again. Really good from Van der Gooten. It's a very county championship field, you'd say. 3 slips in a gully. Just one man really in front of the square on the offside, really inviting Sibley to drive. Another catcher in place now. A man's come into leg slip. So 5 genuine catches in place for Glamorgan. Defended into leg side, they go for a quick single. Shy at the stumps. But Ben Geddes makes his ground. Sibley picks up another welcome run for the home side. A reminder, folks, to get in touch with your stories from your club cricket matches yesterday. surreybroadcast@gmail.com is the place to send them to. Leg slip now moves to a conventional 4 slip, so 4 slips and a gully in with 4.5 overs into a 50 over game, Guy. Not something you often see.
No, it's interesting, isn't it? It is much more like a championship match than a T20. We're having to get back into the rhythm again.
Punched. That's another one. It's another one punched aerially from Geddes to point. It's a very similar mode of dismissal that we saw in the previous over with Ryan Patel. It's another one where I thought he might have hit it into the ground, but no, straight to Kellaway at point, and Glamorgan have their second early breakthrough.
Yeah, it was a ball he kind of had to go at, but it was the first ball he'd faced, so it is in fact a golden duck for Paul Geddes. Decent catch, but again, because the pressure was building and they could put the men in the catching positions, there it was. And you can't say that these bowlers haven't deserved a wicket so far today, the way they have bowled, but it's a tough start for Surrey.
No, it's a brilliant start for Glamorgan, and Van der Gooten there, again finding a bit of away movement through the air, and that perhaps did for Geddes. Also just one man in front of square in the offside, really incentivising the Surrey batter to try and play the ball in front of square, but maybe that late away swing contributing to his downfall. But Surrey in real bother now, 11 for 2 after 5 overs. Their county championship opening pair united at the crease, Sibley and Burns. It's a very championship feel to the start of this game, with Glamorgan packing the cordon, really on the attack early on. Buoyed no doubt by their epic victory over Gloucestershire the other day that we've referred to but not really got into in a lot of detail. So Gloucestershire, for all their money, looked like dead cert winners in that contest. And then Glamorgan took 5 for 3 from nowhere really to take that game, and they're carrying that momentum through to their second fixture here. Beaten on the outside edge again from McIlroy. There are a lot of deliveries, Guy, where the Surrey batters feel like they have to play it because of the line. Because the line is so close to off stump, they have to get their bat there.
No, I think it's this is a lesson in seam bowling, isn't it, really? Neither guy is express, but they're just bowling in the right place.
And caught, edge to the man at first slip. McIlroy has his second, Glamorgan have their third. Surrey 11 for 3, 5.2 overs into this contest.
Well, if you just keep that pressure on, and hats off to Glamorgan, because they've kept the fielders in. They've said, right, if the ball's doing this, we'll have 4 slips, we'll have point, we'll put in a red ball field, if you like, and the bowlers are just making sure and enjoying themselves on the wicket that you mentioned.
It's that line we were talking about again, Guy, where Sibley has to play at it. angled in towards off stump. This one perhaps moving away across Sibley a touch. Yeah, just pitching on middle and leg.
And I like the aggressive way he's bowling. Left arm over is the aggressive way. You're going across, you can get hit. You're not playing the defensive left arm round, just trying to stop. But that's what you can do with that delivery. And he had to play it. There was nowhere else he could go. And McIlroy 2 for 4.
A very tidy catch at first slip by Colin Ingram, it must be said. And it brings Ben Foakes to the middle. Surrey in all sorts of trouble early on. 11 for 3. We were saying, Guy, what a day for batting. What a day to bat. Difficult day for the seam bowlers, but McIlroy and Van der Gooten outstanding with a new ball.
Yep.
Just a bit of movement, not loads of it, but their control of line as well as length has posed question after question to the Surrey batters.
No, you can't think any of the Surrey guys have thrown their wickets away. It's either been pressure or had to play.
And McIlroy will start to Ben Foakes with 2 slips in a gully, and a man sort of catching shortish square leg. It's an interesting position. And that man, Carlson himself, actually picks the ball up. And it's another field that's really asking the Surrey batter to attack through the offside. Just one man in front of square on the offside. But so far, there has barely been an over-pitch delivery, and we're well into the 6th over of the game.
Yes, wasn't fully in control of that, Ben Foakes. But I guess having 2 guys who have Test centuries to their name coming in, if you're going to be in trouble, that's quite a handy pair to have at the crease. But I think that's the mindset they'll have to be in for the next few overs, just till the ball stops jagging around.
Driven down the ground nicely from Foakes. Quick to get onto his front foot, showing his class. Gets off the mark with a control boundary. 15 for 3.
First control boundary of the match. We've had 2 inside edges for 4. The other thing, I think you've taken the pressure off, because you mentioned there hadn't been an over-pitch delivery, and finally, possibly, there was on that occasion.
Really good carry from McIlroy. Smale taking the ball around shoulder height behind the stumps, and he's standing a long way back. It ends another profitable over for Glamorgan. The wicket of Dom Sibley falling in that over. Surrey now 15 for 3 after 6. And I wonder as well, we've seen championship fields, but this is still a 50 over game, and these players don't play as much 50 over cricket as they used to. So I wonder how they are in terms of getting into the rhythm of a 50 over match, and you can't afford to knuckle down for too long in a 50 over game.
No, but you do have that little bit of extra time, particularly when you're 15 for 3.
That is true. That is true. Burns, first ball, taps it into the offside and pinches a single.
But that is a very good point, that before T20 this was the explosive form of the game, and since T20 and the 100 it sits in the middle ground, and it's fascinating to watch how players approach it, because they can take bits from red ball cricket and from the more explosive forms of white ball cricket, and have carved out a new way of playing 50 over cricket in many ways.
Well, there are some players who increasingly say that 50 over cricket is closer to first class cricket than it is T20.
Yeah.
I think Sri Lanka's Kusal Mendis made that point recently. that is raced away to the fine leg boundary. Van der Gooten erring slightly leg side, and Foakes flicks that off his hip.
Ben Foakes, since he came out, has made batting look easy. Everybody else has been in real trouble, but that's two really nicely played boundaries in the 2 fours and the 5 balls he's faced, both of which have been really good shots.
Driven but well fielded. Short cover. One thing worth pointing out that might not be immediately apparent for viewers at home, so the strip that we're playing on today is a good 5 strips away from the centre here at the Clear Oval, meaning that the boundary towards the Archbishop Tennyson's school side of the ground is really quite short. You saw that there briefly with the boundary 4 that Foakes picked up to fine leg. A rare sight for a 50 over game. We've got a man under the lid at short leg.
Yes, though I like the way Foakes is approaching this. He's looking to get down the pitch. He's seen that the ball is jagging around a little bit, and if he can get close to the pitch of the ball, he can control it more. Wicketkeeper's still standing back, so intelligent play from Ben Foakes.
It's been a wicket at Edgbaston. Shoaib Bashir into his work early on day 3, picking up Alec Athanase, LBW for 12. West Indies 57 for 3, still trailing by 37. That could easily be a day 3 finish.
That was a good ball, fired in at the body, and played it pretty well in the end, Foakes, but completely cramped for room. Excellent bounce again from Van der Gooten.
Both the Surrey batters doing a bit of gardening at the moment. We've seen some signs of inconsistent bounce, but not many. There's one ball from McIlroy that shot a bit lower than you'd expect. Smell did well to gather behind the stumps. The odd ball is jagged in off the seam. Left alone this time by Foakes, and that ends maybe Surrey's best over of the innings. 5 runs from it. They are 20 for 3 after 7 overs. Very good day for Surrey in the test match yesterday. Jamie Smith falling 5 runs short, agonisingly 5 runs short of what would have been a first test match 100, and the manner of that dismissal as well. A slower ball from Shamar Joseph, a really short delivery that just didn't get off the ground.
No, you really felt for him, because you could see how disappointed he was, and apparently even the teammates couldn't cheer him up and say, "You got 95, that's pretty good," because everything was about the 100 for Jamie Smith. But
Ben Stokes on the balcony looked devastated as well. Leading edge from Rory Burns, slightly straighter from McIlroy.
Yeah, just squared him up a little bit, didn't it? But played with soft enough hands that the ball went all along the ground. And a little more gardening there from Rory Burns, who has obviously been slightly surprised by what this pitch is doing.
Yeah, there is a green tinge to the pitch, and there has been noticeable sea movement early on. Oh, beaten again. McIlroy finding his line. Slightly straighter first up, but back in that channel just outside off stump on a 4th, 5th stump line. Just back of a length. Really good carry again.
Oh, that's a great ball. In fact, I think Burns did pretty well to avoid anything on it in the end.
Similar field as to what McIlroy had for Ryan Patel. Flicked, but straight to the man at deep fine leg.
It's one of those, if he'd left, he'd have probably got the wide and an extra ball, but you don't. always think like that, particularly if you're in red ball mode, which these two probably are at the moment.
This could be quite a seam-heavy match, Guy. Glamorgan without the services of Mason Crane, obviously. Marnus Labuschagne's bowled a lot of leg spin for them in the blast. Driven nicely, but McIlroy does well to get down low quickly to stop the ball. But another drive from Foakes. He's clearly looking to be proactive despite the early loss of wickets.
Yeah, and he looks more comfortable than anybody else we've seen at the crease so far as well. He's obviously rising to the fact that he has been chosen as a specialist batsman in this competition.
Yeah, it was, and it will be later today, very odd watching Ben Foakes stationed in the covers.
Yeah, it does seem strange that the world's best wicketkeeper isn't playing in either the Test match or keeping for Surrey in this. But I do understand this more, funnily enough, because you do have to bring the next generation through.
Left alone again, and another one that from McIlroy. We've seen a few balls from the pavilion end just die on the way down to Smale behind the stumps.
I think that swung in a bit too, and I think that's what McIlroy was looking at. It was a bold lead because it didn't miss by much.
Yeah, interestingly, Josh Blake actually a year or so older than Jamie Smith. Blake looked really good against Yorkshire, coming in at number 7.
I wonder if this will be Van der Guten's final over for a little bit, or will they keep him going? It's his 5th.
So little width early on. That's hit Burns. Another ball is coming into the left-hander.
Yes, he's taking a moment. Not quite sure where that hit him.
Yeah, no sign of a physio coming on for Surrey just yet. But Burns clearly in some discomfort.
And we can just see this again.
Ooh, I think we know where that hit him.
Waist high, I think we'll call that. Wasn't expecting that angle.
Yeah, Burns just taking a few moments to...
Yes, I think I'd be taking a moment or two having watched that one again.
Just to get back into the moment. Another change in the field from Kieran Carlson. Man now deployed at leg gully. Some inventive field placings already. We've seen 4 slips at one point. We've seen a short leg under the lid, now a leg gully.
To swing again, but started a little too wide on that occasion.
As a bowler in these situations, you can almost be a bit more aggressive with your with your lines and lengths, and also the batter's got to really think through what they want to do in the situation, because there will be run scoring options available because of the fields and how attacking they are, but also you'll be reluctant to bat with that much risk, given that you've lost 3 wickets in the first 5.2 overs.
Yeah, for Glamorgan, I hear you, but the run rate is a fraction not very far over 2 and over. They've taken 3 wickets. Just keeping the pressure on is not a bad. Forcing Surrey into having to play the shots, make things happen, get the scoreboard ticking.
It's another one that just dies on Smale.
Yeah, the ball was carrying through a little bit quicker earlier on. It's interesting watching how fast the balls begin to soften slightly.
I've really enjoyed how proactive Kieran Carlson has been in the field. Often captains are reasonably formulaic in where they direct their men, but a bit of invention from the Glamorgan skipper. And that just evades a man at leg gully. Ball coming into Rory Burns, flicked it into leg side along the floor.
Was a nice clip in the end, wasn't it? Rory Burns will feel better for that. You can see it off the middle of the bat, timed it. So far, he's found it pretty difficult out there, so I think that might just help the confidence a tad. But you're right, Carlson had a man for that shot, and it was just wide. And
Van der Gooten to complete his 5th over. Defended this time by Rory Burns. Surrey 23 for 3 after 9 overs. Yeah, I guess what I'd say about that fielding position is England deployed that for Steve Smith when they just couldn't get Steve Smith out. 2019 Ashes, where Smith was literally averaging 100 and they were running out of ideas. And what I'd say about that position is I'm not sure that's actually there for the false shot. England, I think, got Smith out here in the 5th test of the series. I think Broad got Smith out with a ball that Smith pretty much middles, because I think it's quite instinctive for a batter when the ball is full in particular to really whip your hands across the ball and without really thinking.
Yeah,
you don't normally have a fielder there, so you just play that shot on instinct. And it's interesting now that McIlroy bowling to Foakes, he also has a leg gully in play. Oh, driven, but past the man at gully. Foakes picks up 4. It's his 3rd boundary, the least convincing of the 3 so far.
Thickish outside edge, wasn't it? McIlroy again. That left arm over. Oh, and it was up in the air for a fraction, but that short boundary, helpful.
Yeah, the leg gully is probably slightly closer to a conventional square leg than he was for Van der Gooten at the other end. You have 2 men very short on the leg side, just either side of square, one just in front, one just behind. I suppose with McIlroy, with his stock ball just swinging into the right-hander.
It's funny, he doesn't have the world's greatest record in this format, considering how well he's bowled today. I think his best ever figures are 2 for 13. His average is over 40.
Beaten again. McIlroy once more in disbelief how that's not either hit Foakes' off stump or kissed his outside edge. 1 slip and 2 gullies in place, and all 4 catches behind the wicket will be interested.
Yeah, he's 30, and this is only, you were saying he started his career late, this is only his 10th list A game in his career.
Flicked behind square in the leg side. Foakes would pick up a single off his thigh pad, I think, leg by.
Yep. No, I thought he got a little something on it to start with, but the umpire very quick to give the leg by. So Foakes will remain on 12. So they're desperate to drag the run rate up to 3 and over.
Down the leg side, and that'll be 5 wides actually. 5 welcome runs for Surrey. For the first time today really, a Glamorgan bowler not really getting their line right. It's what can happen when you've got a left hand right hand partnership at the crease. moves Surrey up to 33 for 3. 10 runs off the over with 2 balls remaining. Oh, Burns on the drive, looking to pierce that vacant gap between cover point and mid-off. It's a huge gap in truth. You can see why Burns was tempted. But yeah, Guy, a couple of moments ago saying, sorry, not, 2.4 runs and over, but 5 wides can be helpful
just a bit
in a scenario like this. So 10 runs off the first 5 balls of this McIlroy over. Burns lets that one go. Surrey 33 for 3 after 10 overs, and a decent rebuilding job being done here by Burns and Foakes.
Yeah, when you consider the disarray they found themselves in when they came together. It was 15 for 3 when they came together. They've just settled the nerves, particularly Ben Foakes, who I think really has. He came out, he looked to be positive, he looked to change the dynamic of the innings, and a couple of times he's been beaten outside the off stump, but largely has been in control and looked the one batter to be in control so far.
Van der Gooten to continue his 6th over. Oh, another beautiful delivery from Van der Gooten, just back of a length, hint of away movement, another ball forcing the batter to play at it.
Yeah, he wondered whether they might want to hold more overs back, but when he's bowling as well as this and continuing to create chances, it's a really tough call for this captain at this juncture. I think it might be McIlroy has a rest after that last over.
That's nicely played by Foakes. Again, Van der Gooten getting the ball to move away from the right-hander, but Foakes gets on top of it and guides the ball through the gap between slip and gully and picks up for his 4th boundary of the day so far.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I thought it was slightly more a thickish outside edge, but it was much more in control, that shot, than I initially thought.
With still really good areas from Van der Gooten. Driven firmly through the offside. He'll pick up 2. Really proactive start from Ben Foakes. 18 off 19. Having come into the middle with Surrey 11 for 3 in the 6th over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what his side needed, and looking to get on the front foot to these players. That was a nice clip. It was well fielded by Carlson in the end, but in control.
Interesting that we're outside of the first power play now into the 11th over, but you wouldn't know it from the fields.
Well, there isn't a third slip anymore.
But yeah, we've still got 2 slips in a gully, and we have, despite being in the 11th over, just 1 man outside the inner ring.
Yeah, no, you're right. The man at fine leg is the only one I can spot currently.
Left alone this time from Foakes. Yeah, I like this from Carlson, keeping Van der Gooten going, because if you try to think about what are the ways in which you win this game, different routes to victory, and the most obvious is just getting it done in this opening burst. Both these new ball bowlers are still getting the ball to move. First signs of tiredness were in that previous McIlroy over with 1 ball going down the leg side, but other than that, they've been brilliant, creating opportunities in pretty much every over. And that completes the 11th over. 6 runs from it, all to Ben Foakes. Surrey now 39 for 3 after 11.
Yeah, just looking at that card now, you can see how well McIlroy and Van der Gooten bowled first up this morning. Patel 4 off 16, and that was a streaky outside edge. Sibley 6 from 15, that also included a 4 off the outside edge, and it really just was pressure. And Geddes golden duck as well. And the way that Burns and particularly Foakes battled back from that 15 for 3, excellent. There we are. Their figures you would certainly print off and pin on the wall.
It looks like McIlroy will continue, so 12 overs between the two Glamorgan new ball bowlers. And worth saying, just in terms of working out how Surrey might play this game, given they lost 3 early wickets. A bit of a nibble from Rory Burns. Bit of a nothing shot in truth. That's what pressure does. Burns 4 off 13 now. Foakes scoring freely at the other end, but Burns yet to really get going.
Yeah, he's been happy to just stay there, hasn't he, with Foakes playing the major role, who's also had most of the strike as well since he came in.
3 slips and a gully in place for McIlroy. A reminder, we are outside the initial power play. A little bit straighter, and Burns does really well to beat the man at mid-wicket. Races away towards the boundary, but well retrieved by Billy Root.
That's a really good save, because that is the short boundary and the ball was clipped nicely by Burns, but he'll feel better.
And the other thing that will give Glamorgan cause for optimism is that actually the outfield has been rapid. We haven't seen the ball beat the infield on too many occasions. Oh, Burns does really well, crouching low, guiding the ball past backward points. Just 1 run, but good signs for Burns.
Yeah, slightly surprised they only went for the 1 run then. There did seem to be a second one there, and I think Foakes assumed there was, and he had turned as if he wanted to, was just heading back because that's what you do, and then suddenly got the call no. But they're playing McIlroy with a little more control now, but he is in his 6th over. It is quite warm out there as well.
McIlroy finds his line. Really good spell this. 2 for 22, 2 for 21 rather. Never got a 3 for in List A cricket before. He's deserved one here today.
Yeah, I just wonder if possibly they've kept him on for 1 over too many. The last over, the pressure was just coming off ever so slightly.
Slightly leg side, and Foakes whips that into the leg side, and it's a slight misfield on the boundary. Gorvin, I think it is.
It is.
At deep fine leg. Did well to get to the ball, but once he got there, wasn't able to haul it back in. Gets a decent hand on it.
He'd done the hard work. That was what will be disappointing for him and the bowler. As you rightly say, he got there, but not the greatest technique diving with his left hand. But then he is right-handed.
Beats him again, but 7 runs off the over. Another very decent over for Surrey, who are rebuilding well. 11 for 3 in the 6th over, now 46 for 3 after 12. I'm going to take a break, and Cam Ponsonby is going to take my chair.
Well, Joe, we can see McIlroy's figures up there. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25. He really has bowled superbly, but his last 2 overs have gone for 12, and rather upset what had been a terrific, a wonderful start from him and for Glamorgan. And Cameron Ponsonby. Hello, Cameron. Haven't seen you for ages.
Hi, Guy. What a treat, what a pleasure to be back here together again. No, it's a wonderful day here at the Kiro. Well, the sun is out. Slightly trickier batting conditions than I think Surrey were expecting. They, I'm sure, would have had a bowl as well. Ben Foakes is doing some quite vigorous gardening of the wicket. And Dan Douthwaite, formerly a Surrey youngster, comes into the attack. Used to play his cricket at Stoke Dagenham Cricket Club down the A3, basically, as all the cricket clubs in this area are.
And fresh from his best ever figures in this competition against Gloucestershire last time out.
It was, heard Yaz referring to it earlier, Glamorgan had quite a miraculous win to get their campaign underway. That's down the leg side and burst through the wicketkeeper's gloves. And Surrey scamper back for 2. And it's byes.
Yeah, 2 byes. I thought there might be wides, but it goes against the poor old wicketkeeper rather than the bowler on that occasion.
I had money on leg byes or wides there, and the byes were not the expected answer I was expecting, at least.
No, he bowled superb, 4 for 25 in last time out.
This time, just wide of the off stump, and it's lent on by Rory Burns. He cuts the ball away down to deep third. That area of the ground is very, very short today. We're much further over towards the kind of the Archbishop Tennyson's School side of the ground, so away to our right as we're looking in the commentary box. And Rory Burns, who loves to sweep, reverse sweep, spin even, I put a lot of money on seeing him playing that shot later today. It's very full from Douthwaite, but Ben Foakes is unable to get any bat on it.
Yes, it must have been flirting with the blue line. But Douthwaite at the moment, being given the slight benefit of the doubt, possibly on the wide front.
That's driven beautifully to the left of mid-off from Ben Foakes, and that'll be 4 more runs. Ben Foakes moves on to 26 off 27. In the context of the first 12.5 overs of this match, he's been playing a different sport.
He has. He's brought up the 50 as well, and that was the shot of the morning. Yes, it was over pitched outside off stump, but he was on it so quickly. Lovely shot. And well, Ben Foakes at the moment is leading the comeback as far as Surrey are concerned. Burns just staying there and letting Foakes do what Foakes wants to do.
Short of length, and a no ball is called, so we will have a free hit for Ben Foakes. Dan Douthwaite bowls a very heavy ball, very quick, much quicker bowler than perhaps the speed gun suggests. But the cost of that is he is sometimes erratic. He's a wonderfully entertaining player to watch with both ball or bat in hand. So the field isn't allowed to change. Just the 2 fielders out on the boundary, and they're at deep third and deep square leg, and 1 out at fine leg. That's swung high over the leg side boundary, and Ben Foakes will pick up 6 runs. It's not the biggest of hits out there, but even if we had been more central, I figure Ben Foakes would have got enough of it for it still to travel for 6.
I think so. That really was a terrific shot, and he was always going to play it, fetching it from outside off and depositing it over mid-wicket for 6. And now we can possibly see why Kieran Carlson was keeping his 2 opening bowlers on for so long, because suddenly the pressure is off in many ways. That's 15 from this over already.
Takes the inside edge. Ben Foakes is able to scamper through for a single. That brings the 13th over to a close. The score is 62 for 3. And of course, to great embarrassment, got my power plays wrong earlier for that free hit. I said there was only allowed to be 2 fielders outside the ring. They can have 4 guys, so it's all okay.
Yeah.
My deepest apologies to everyone listening and watching in.
We'll forgive you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Particularly as the person sitting alongside you should have noticed that.
Not at all. That's a good point, actually. It was a test. It was a test for my co-commentator.
Exactly, who failed dismally.
How has your Euros and Olympic summer been?
Oh, it's been busy. Mainly cricketing, which has been nice.
Wonderful.
And catching up with the other sports in between, which is as it should be in the summer.
We do have a change of bowling. The spin of Ben Kellaway coming into the attack from the pavilion end to send down some off breaks. It's a very good record in list A cricket, an average of 23 in the 8 matches he has played. Ben Foakes just looks to work that ball away into the leg side. A very conventional field for an off spinner with a mid off, a cover, backward point, one man out on the boundary rope and a slip. Just
Nicely
skids on,
bowled.
beats the outside edge. Then on the leg side, fielder at 45, a short mid wicket, and then 2 men out on the boundary rope at deep mid wicket and long on. Again, Kellaway forcing a false shot from Foakes, who just looked to force that away to the leg side, ball taking a leading edge. This time he gets it away. It's so short out there. It could go forward. It's well cut off on the boundary edge by Gorvin. They scamper through for 1 run.
Very tidy so far. Interesting, that was the first ball that he'd really tried to give a little air to, and Foakes looked altogether more comfortable. He was firing it in. Foakes was looking a little bit more concerned, but interesting to see how he goes to the left-hander now.
Will Rory Burns turn to his favoured reverse sweep? There's a slip and a backward point in place. This time he defends strongly back down the ground.
Yes, there is a man at that short third man on the 45 that becomes the fine leg for the reverse sweep. They go through for a much more conventional single in the end.
What a lovely start to proceedings by Ben Kellaway. Just 2 runs off the over. At the end of the 14 overs, it is 64 for 3. Rory Burns is on 9 off 19 deliveries, whilst Ben Foakes is cantering along at a runnable 34. Now, Dan Douthwaite is going to continue from the Vauxhall end.
Yeah, 49 these two have now put on, and coming together when the score was 15 for 3, remember. So this would be a very decent half-century partnership if they can get there.
It's full from Douthwaite and driven down to mid-off by Rory Burns.
It's a much better length than line from Douthwaite, who in his first over took a little while to get his radar going.
I think the hope Glamorgan will have is they know that Dan Douthwaite isn't the most economical of bowlers. I think his first-class record, his economy is almost 4.5 with the ball in T20. It's 9.3 this day, 5.6. But he's a very regular wicket taker and taker of important wickets. And they struck on the pad. It's close and it's out. Dan Douthwaite right on cue, got the ball to swing back into Rory Burns, and after an expensive first 7 deliveries, he proves his worth once more. And Surrey, having lost those 3 early wickets, despite the mini recovery, are now back in trouble at 64 for 4.
Yes, I put the kibosh on by saying they needed 1 more for the 50, but this looked out for all money when we saw it originally. It'd be interesting to see it now in slow-mo. Still looks pretty out to me.
I think I'm giving that one out as well. Pitching in line, straightening just enough.
I've just heard the word plum from the back of the studio.
The light was shining as such that I was half guessing whether I could see the umpire putting their finger up. Sure enough, the celebrations and the commiserations from Rory Burns gave you all the clues you needed.
Yeah, it was a battling knock from Rory Burns, but he never really managed to get going. But he was doing a splendid job of just keeping Ben Foakes company, and suddenly the recovery going nicely. 64 for 4 suddenly looks pressure again.
It'll be really interesting to see how Cameron Steele, who's now coming out to the crease, is able to play in the pace he's able to get to the wicket. So we just see a replay there.
It was interesting to see him going back, and that's probably not helped. The bowler was in his delivery stride. Burns' initial reaction was to pull right back, which kind of just made sure that the LBW decision was a pretty easy one in the end.
Burns was looking to force that ball away to the leg side. But Foakes is the only player so far of the 5 batters to have had a go on this wicket to have found any sort of fluency. And it'll be interesting to see if Steele is able to find that fluency, or whether Foakes continues to be the anomaly. Douthwaite to Steele. And that's beautifully bowled and beautifully caught.
Oh.
Douthwaite has 2 in 2, and Glamorgan are on a roll here. Just getting that ball to leave the right-handed Steele. And another display of fine seam bowling from Glamorgan. Surrey are 64 for 5 and in all types of trouble.
Second golden duck of the innings as well, after Ben Geddes. Now Cam Steele also goes first ball.
We'll just see here on the replay, this is a beautiful delivery from Douthwaite. A wonderful length, just catching Steele on the crease. He wasn't able to get forward, and then the ball leaves that right-hander at pace. It's the simplest of chances for Smell behind the stumps.
Yeah, horrible ball to get first up, wasn't it? It was just, you dread those. You've got to dab at it. You haven't got your eye in. The ball just does a little bit. And you can see how Cam Steele feels about the whole thing. I'll just get off the pitch. And this is a good comeback too from Dan Douthwaite, given that his first over cost 16, only 14 were he was responsible for because there were a couple of byes, but to bounce back now with a double wicket maiden as it stands at the moment.
Well, it's exactly what we were referring to, and he's such an exciting player because of the highs and lows he presents in his own individual performances. Yes, he can bowl loose deliveries and concede runs at a fair rate, but he's also able to produce beautiful deliveries such as that one to Steele. Right, we have a hat-trick balled, we have 4 slips, a gully, a short leg, 2 catches behind the square on the leg side. It's a wonderful field. You can see there the array of slip fielders. Dan Douthwaite. It's Josh Blake for a hat-trick. And Blake blocks down the ground resolutely. And the excitement is over for a little while at least.
It wasn't a bad delivery in the end, was it? But it was very nicely played by Blake.
And I don't know if we're able to get a kind of pull-out shot of this field.
Yes.
But it's staying. It's not just a kind of club cricket fun thing.
It's not just the hat-trick ball, is it?
It being there only for the hat-trick delivery. We are staying there. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 slips on the offside. You can see that leg slip on the leg side. There is 2 of them perched there, and a fielder at short leg with a helmet on. Douthwaite on the money once more. We have 1 more delivery of this over. Right, so one of the leg gullies is now departing, and he is moving to cover. The second leg gully is also departing. He's going down to fine leg. But the short leg remains in place, and the 4 slips and the gully on the offside remain in place. Is everyone across that? I hope so. Good. And short from Douthwaite, and wide from Douthwaite, wide and wild.
Yes. Just as he was about to record a double wicket maiden, that he really did lose control. But it's just what you were saying, Cam, that because he throws everything into his bowling, every so often things can go awry, and that last delivery was a pretty good example of that.
Absolutely. I'm very pleased he did do it though, because it's been a wonderfully entertaining over, and we get 1 more ball of it here to keep this exceptionally attacking field. Douthwaite turns at the top of his mark and runs in at Josh Blake once more. That's left well alone. A dot ball to finish, and all of a sudden the game has changed on its head once more. 65 for 5, Surrey, after 15 overs. Foakes playing his own game at the moment on a runnable with 34, and Josh Blake new to the crease and still yet to score.
Yeah, that really was one of those game-changing overs. Certainly that 49 partnership between Burns and Foakes is being shown for just how good that was, particularly from Ben Foakes, who wasn't involved in that last over, because elsewhere, outside that 49, it's 16 for 5.
I'll be interested to know if Glamorgan stick with the spin of Kellaway here. He bowled a very tidy first over, but such is the success they're having with seam, whether they want to change back and go for the kill now.
Well, there is that argument, but then Kellaway bowled so well in the first over, and it just gives a different point of attack and keep the one seamer and one spinner going.
Foakes isn't quite able to force that ball away. It's the left-handed spin of Kellaway against the right-handed Foakes. Blake is left-handed and loves to sweep, reverse sweep, play very square of the wicket, and that matchup will be very entertaining for everyone at home and us here. Kellaway switching to right arm off breaks. Right, so it's the left-handed Blake, and so Kellaway will now bowl with his right hand to get the ball spinning away. It's a short, tight single.
Good running though. They made a very tight single look as comfortable as possible. It was really well run, and Blake will certainly feel better for having got off the mark.
It's driven into the ground, fielded at cover. And it's cut square of the wicket, but the fielder on the boundary is able to intercept the delivery. And that is the end of another very fine over from Kellaway, just the 3 runs off it. And after 16 overs, it is 68 for 5. Now, I must admit, Kellaway's taken me by surprise a little bit here, because I am now recalling an interview I'd now brought up here on my laptop by Richard Edwards in the Eye, because Ben Kellaway is a very special spin bowler, as you may have noticed on the stream. He's bowling with both his right and left hands. And it's a skill he developed in lockdown, but many of us developed quite useless skills in lockdown. He managed to develop quite a handy one. Now, him and his brother basically just started bowling to each other with their wrong hands just to give it a go. And here he is a couple of years later.
The thought of even trying to do that.
Douthwaite into Foakes, and that's well left alone outside off stump.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
I am right-handed, but I'm left-footed.
Oh,
and,
okay.
I was one of my earliest memories is being kind of in reception in year 1 and writing with my left hand, and my teacher taking my pen out of my left hand and saying, use your
so
right hand.
you've got a hint of the lefty.
So I've got a hint of lefty inside me. And I don't think I was being part of this very old-fashioned school. I think they just wanted me to make a decision at some point. It's well bowled again by Douthwaite. Are you all right-handed, right-footed?
Except for dealing cards.
Right,
which
okay.
From the moment I was about 7, I've always dealt left-handed. It's the only thing.
Were you a big card dealer at 7 years old?
I probably did. I had grandparents who were a little advanced, so yes, I knew how to play poker by the age of 9.
Quite right. Well, I say quite right. I remember one of the great family controversies of mine growing up is when I was discovered to have been cheating at the family card game for about 5 years. No one had caught me. That's beautifully driven down the ground, straight by Ben Foakes. Will trickle away for 4 runs. And he moves on to 40. Again, Ben Foakes scoring well over 50% of the runs of well over 50% of Surrey's runs so far.
Yeah, nice shot, that one, for two reasons. One, it was a good shot to a swinging delivery, and two, just eases the pressure a little, because they were just cranking it up again there, Glamorgan. What was the game? What was the game you were cheating in? Sorry, I'm intrigued.
So it was a game called Racing Demon.
Ah, yeah.
It's blocked into the offside, and I don't know if Racing Demon is the name for everyone's name, or it's just kind of each family has.
No, it's Racing Demon, I think.
And the idea is that if you're trying to get rid of all your cards, but you're building up from ace 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the middle. But if you put the king on to complete the set, you get an extra 5 points in our household. And I used to just hide the kings I'd get in my deck under my elbow, and no one
Genius.
And no one spotted me for years until one torrid Sunday evening. Well played by Foakes, and fortunately, it went down better than expected, because people found it very funny, because I was a bit too young to really have been cheating in such an egregious manner. But I was very good until I got caught, and then all of a sudden the points started drying up. That's a very fine over, completed by Dan Douthwaite. Just the 4 runs off it, 5 dots, 72 for 5 off 17. And we'll get another look at Kellaway's ambidextrous spin. What I found interesting is he wasn't only bowling left arm to the right-handed batter and right arm to the left-handed batter so far. He's been mixing it up to Ben Foakes within the spell. The kind of logic dictates where we do see people such as Liam Livingstone, who doesn't bowl with different hands. He just bowls right arm off spin and then leg spin.
Yeah. Whereas this is a complete change of.
And annoyingly,
yes,
Glamorgan have not played ball here. The captaincy of Kieran Carlson has denied us a bit more entertainment, and instead we're having a change of bowling. The opening bowler of Van der Gooten returns, but that is again something we were referring to earlier about whether it would be a short spell for Kellaway, such as the success they've had with seam, and still they're expecting to get that movement. We have 2 slips in place, a ring field, just the 2 fielders out on the boundary.
Yeah, it's an interesting, it's a change of ends for Van der Gooten as well. They just want to keep the pressure on. I've been impressed. I'm often and always am impressed with Carson's captaincy, and particularly this form of the game, as he led Glamorgan to victory in this one-day trophy a couple of years ago. They had a decent run last time.
It's tucked away into the leg side by Blake. Surrey will pick up a couple of runs. It's pretty tight here. They're appealing for a run out, and he's been given. Josh Blake diving for his ground but cannot make it in time. And Surrey's difficulties get worse and worse. An unnecessary piece of kind of self-inflicted disaster from the home team.
I'm still slightly baffled, because they look for all the world as if there were 2 there. So was there some indecision before? Because certainly I was watching Ben Foakes, and he always thought there were 2 there.
We'll see the replay here. It's Bevan the fielder, and it was a wonderful throw, because you're right, there wasn't any real hesitation. Josh Blake does stutter.
There it is.
Twice, actually. For all money, it looked like it was an easy 2 to begin with, and I think Ben Foakes is looking back on his partner, a bit bemused and confused at where the hesitation came from. But it was a fantastic piece of work from Bevan, who just trotted after the ball in a fairly relaxed manner. But the throw was all of a sudden very quick, and it's a superb bit of work by Smale, the wicketkeeper, who's picked up the ball at almost the half volley and swung his body round to take the bails off.
Well, that's self-inflicted from Surrey on that occasion. Yes, brilliant fielding from Glamorgan. But there were always 2 there.
We'll see the fielding here. So, starting with the delivery from Van der Gooten, tucked away into the leg side. Now Bevan gives chase. It's a lovely slide. He transfers the ball from his left hand to his right. And I must admit, just been giving him lots of credit for the intensity of his fielding and the electric throw, and I think he was just kind of fielding it as per normal. And Surrey, kind of Blake's hesitation, created an opportunity for Glamorgan out of nowhere. And again, now we have Conor McCurr into bat, and Glamorgan on full out, all out attack here. There are 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a mid-off. It's a field you'd associate with a test match, but as it happens, we're in the 18th over of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Van der Gutten runs in for McCurr's first ball. That's well left alone. Now McCurr is a more than handy batter, but Glamorgan will be sensing an opportunity here. McCurr only averages 12 in this format, which is lower than I'd anticipated, to be perfectly honest. But don't be fooled. He is very competent and can strike a long ball. Contributed with 25 against Yorkshire in the previous match. That's a play and a miss. Glamorgan are absolutely all over Surrey at the moment. And a penny for Ben Foakes' thoughts, who is 40 or 45 at the other end and wondering where all the issues are coming from.
Yeah, he's playing a completely different match at the moment, isn't he? It's a really strange one. He's batted more confidently than anybody else from the moment he came out. He's used his feet better. He knew there were 2 there.
He's beaten McCurr again. Now it's fascinating for Surrey how they go about the remainder of this fixture now, because in Conor McCurr, James Taylor and Matt Dunn, they do have a very fine seam attack themselves, but they do have 2 spinners in Yusuf Majid and Cameron Steele. So it's not that they have this all-out seam attack. They do have Ryan Patel who can bowl as well, but if they can creep their way up to kind of 160, 170 on this wicket with the movement that Glamorgan are finding, they might just give themselves a chance. It's well defended by McCurr.
Wicket maiden. Well, not a wicket maiden, a maiden with a wicket in it.
Oh, they had the run. Josh Blake walked off with 1 more run to his name.
Oh, yes. So,
because
yes, I was reading it off the screen, and you're absolutely right. There was a 1 as well as the wicket on that second ball.
So,
but a good comeback, and now we know why he brought Van der Houten back.
Absolutely. So it's 73 for 6 after 18 overs. Dan Douthwaite is continuing, and things are happening very quickly here at the Kia Oval. So if you are thinking about coming down for a sunny afternoon down in Vauxhall, I suggest getting a move on, because Glamorgan are bowling quite well and it might be over quite soon.
Yeah, Ben Foakes, no pressure, but there are still the small matter of 32 overs left in this innings.
It's well defended by Foakes. Very interesting field that Douthwaite is bowling to currently. Bowling to Foakes, who is the batter, the in-form batter, the batter who's playing the best of this innings so far. They have 1 slip, they have a gully, almost backward point. It isn't quite your kind of traditional catching position. Then they have a mid-off, and then they have a point out on the boundary. The point there is that cover is open. They're encouraging Foakes to play that drive with the movement and still trying to catch him in the slips.
Yeah, I've just had a quick look down the card. He's the only player to have reached double figures with his 40 so far in the Surrey team.
But to just kind of expand on the field that Glamorgan have set. So yes, they have 1 slip in place and they're leaving that cover area vacant to encourage the drive, but they still have mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, fine leg to be able to bowl very straight and target Foakes' stumps. It's tucked off his hip. It should just be 1 run, and it is 1 run.
Nice bit of fielding, but there was only a single. But again, Foakes is making things look so much easier than anybody else that we've seen so far.
I'll be interested to see how the field changes for McCurr. A flurry of movement from the Glamorgan fielders. The deep square leg has come into the ring. They have a very unusual... They have 2 square legs currently. That's wide, outside off, and driven for 4.
Yes, with that field of 2 slips and 2 square legs, that was the one place not to bowl the ball, wasn't it? Was wide, outside off stump.
Well, I think that's Dan Douthwaite's natural variation and entertainment factor.
Okay.
That he brings us. Now, if we can get a shot of these 2 square legs, I must admit I've never seen a field like it. I don't actually know what they're bowling for to use those fielders.
Clip off the leg.
It's defended down into the ground. And a second slip had gone in place for McCurr. We do have 1 ball left of this over, and Kieran Coulson is conducting his fielders all over the ground at the moment. It's kind of a flurry of worker bees with Glamorgan in their yellow kit. We now have 3 slips. The square leg goes out to deep square leg. The fielder at point goes out to deep point. It's a different plan every ball here, and it's quite wonderfully entertaining. McCurr is able to get a bit of bat onto it into the leg side, and they trot through for a very gentle single. The end of the 19th over, the score is 79 for 6.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be that disappointed with that. I think they were setting it up that if he wanted the single, he could have it and keep Foakes off strike, and it worked.
So that is Guy's final thoughts for now. I'm sure he'll be back. When I say I'm sure, I know he'll be back. It's a great honour, great privilege, great excitement. I get to welcome John Surtees, otherwise known as the King of the Kia Oval, to the commentary box.
The King of the Kia Oval is here, apparently, yeah. It's very much only in Cam's opinion that, I think. I think there are other people that have done more to earn that title than I.
No. It goes John Surtees, Alex Stewart, Mickey Stewart in my rankings. Van der Gooten in again. McCurr clips the ball away to deep square leg, back square leg. They come back for 2 again. And he makes his ground this time, but it wasn't the most comfortable of 2s. And the field remains very attacking. 3 slips in place. Kieran Coulson, as mentioned in the previous over, is changing his fields almost every other ball. Every time there's a new idea in play. And it doesn't look like it's a necessary change of plan. It's just a change of kind of thought process, or how we can. There's so many wicket-taking opportunities that have presented themselves that he's been pretty happy to keep playing around with the field.
Yeah, it's certainly been some intense cricket this morning. I've got to say, this is my first stint on commentary this season, and I was hoping for a slightly better scenario than Surrey 81 for 6 when I came on. But yeah, if you're a student of the game and you enjoy watching cricket, then you know it's been sort of quite a strong glass of squash this morning, hasn't it?
It's been a remarkable start to the play. I think both teams definitely wanted to bowl. The surface has been offering lots of movement, and Glamorgan have been making the most of it. And again, they're persisting with this very straight line to McCurr, and he's able to get just the inside half of the bat on it. And it goes off down to fine leg for 1 run. I guess as the company man you are hoping to commentate on a fine Surrey performance, easy win,
Yeah.
runs flowing everywhere.
Well, when you prepare for things like this, you always have an idea, half an eye, about what it is you want to speak about when you go on. I've got some lovely one-day cup stats to show how great it is at bringing some younger Surrey players through and all that sort of stuff.
I'm looking forward to teeing you up to hear about them. Van der Gooten's beating Foakes on the outside edge. He's bowled a wonderful little spell since he's come back, just into his second over since he replaced Kellaway, the ambidextrous Kellaway. I hope you noticed he was bowling left and right arm deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be surely T.A. Kellaway. That's got to be it for the rest of his career. The ambidextrous Kellaway.
What's
T.A. the ambidextrous.
Oh, got you. Sorry, you're far too intelligent for me. I was trying to work it out.
Ambidextrous cricketers. That's a seam that needs mining.
And that ball lifts from a length, and Foakes leaps himself out of the way. Goes through to Smale behind the stumps.
It is so apparent that I heard Rana speaking about this earlier today. Yaz, who obviously commentated on the whole T20 Blast campaign here, talking about how bowlers like Josh Turner, Chris Soule have had some success here at the Oval recently during the T20 campaign, simply because you do, I think, this season you've seen bowlers who have an extra yard. You know, they get the benefit from that with this superb carry, and you're seeing that a lot again this morning.
Ben Foakes this time gets on top of the bounce and is able to push the ball out into the vacant cover region. He comes through for 1 run. At the end of the 20th over, the score is 83 for 6. Foakes on 42, Conor McCurr on 8. Now, I want to ask you about the Tales of the Oval. Of course, John, in one of his many hats he wears, was a presenter. Well, I'm going to be presumptuous and say the award-winning podcast, Tales of the Oval, with Tom Holland of The Rest Is History fame. How was that whole experience? I mean, Tom Holland is podcast celebrity kind of 101, really. He's been remarkably successful with his podcast, The Rest Is History, and now remarkably successful with Tales of the Oval. One assumes, one hopes.
Well, yeah, no, it really has been it's been an absolutely fantastic thing to do. Obviously getting someone of the calibre of Tom to come along and agree to spend a not insubstantial amount of his time researching and then hosting the podcast with us has been brilliant. You know, for me, it's been a really enjoyable thing to do. To spend that time with Tom and to broadcast with him and learn about the medium from him, and also just from the club's perspective, to have someone with Tom's historical brain and interest researching our history is wonderful.
An appeal from Douthwaite, but it looked very leg side from the outset, and there was no interest from the wicketkeeper or the slips. So how did the kind of idea and the creation of it come about? Was it your idea and that you then kind of pitched to Tom? What was the creative process?
Yeah, I mean, it's not news to know that this place has got extraordinary history, and I've written books about the history of this place in the past as well. So it's one of the things that since I've been working here, I've developed a particular interest in. I've always been a cricket history person, if you like. We have a type, I think. I remember growing up, listening. Would drive around with my dad, and he had some of these tapes that he would put on in the car, the best of John Arlott, and tape called Cricket's Golden Age, hosted by E.W. Swanton.
T.A. Kellaway.
Sorry?
T.A. Kellaway.
Yeah. So I would, I grew up on cricket, and I'd spend a lot of time at my grand's house, and there were various cricket history books knocking around. I remember a particular book about Simpson's Ashes in 1964 that I, for want of anything better to do at my grand's house one summer, spent a bit of time reading that. That was a series that Truman got his 300th Test wicket and Boycott made his debut.
And that's split Conor McCurr in half. It felt like that should have been out in some way, shape or form. If it wasn't bowled, it should have been LBW, and if it wasn't LBW, it should have been caught behind. We'll see the replay here. Douthwaite manages to get the ball to leap in off the seam, and combined with the natural away shape he's been getting with his away swinger, he is the most wonderfully entertaining cricketer.
Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Dan Douthwaite, formerly this parish, of course, man of Sutton Cricket Club, I think.
He was Sutton. I earlier advertised him as Stoke Dagenham.
He may well have been there as well, but I remember playing at Sutton.
It's driven down the ground from McCurr
in the Prem. I think he was sort of seven years, I think, in the Surrey age group system. Dan Douthwaite started at maybe under 13s, if not a little before, and ended up playing a couple of years of twos cricket before moving on and played a few other county twos before sort of coming to land at Glamorgan. And he does seem to be one of those cricketers. We obviously, when we always in the South group with Glamorgan and whatever, we do seem to run into him with some frequency.
His great success was when he was at Cardiff MCCU at university. He had a very fine game. I scored 100 against Glamorgan, I believe, which led to his signing. That time, that ball sneaks down the leg side. It's a wide ball. On the topic of cricket history and dads, my dad has absolutely no interest in cricket, and I often play kind of five-a-side football down at the Oval. And he went, "Oh, so do you play on the outfield then?" And I went, "No." And he was like, "Oh, but didn't they used to have like the FA Cup semi-finals at the Oval?" And
Wow.
yeah, he's plucked out from about like the 1920s, and I was like, no, it's Power League down the road now.
Yeah, before that.
A big swing
Shot.
from McCurr, and that'll be 4 runs through cover. That last ball wide, costly for Douthwaite as the final ball of his over goes for 4. His figures are 2 for 31 after 5 overs, and those 2 wickets coming in consecutive deliveries. We'll see here. Just short of a length, no real movement. McCurr able to swing his hands through the line to pick up 4 runs after 21 overs. It is 89 for 6.
Really redolent of Conor McCurr's most iconic batting moment for Surrey, actually, that shot. It really reminded me, took me back to that day. I wasn't in the ground, I was actually watching on our excellent broadcast coverage I was checking in at Logan Airport in Boston.
Wow.
And I was watching it on my phone as I was checking in and getting increasingly tense, and then Conor McCurr whacked the last ball for 4 through cover to win the game win the game against Somerset.
Van der Gooten continues very straight as Foakes just defends into the leg side.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, he's got a quite a kind of. I can't really put my finger on exactly what it is, but there's a certain brand of cover drive that is kind of quite, almost unique to Conor. There's a
bludgeoning.
Yeah, kind of bludgeoning, powerful, big backswing. But you can, if you're walking around the ground on a non-match day and you can see the players netting, you can tell when it's Conor. Like he has a particular way that he bats.
Again, Van der Gooten's just getting an awkward amount of movement off the seam. Foakes, who's been so fluent across his innings, is just now finding the ball striking the outside or the inside half of his bat. He hasn't been able to line up Van der Gooten very well. He'll have a little garden. But no, I remember that match where Conor McCurr struck that last ball boundary. If my memory serves me correctly, Will Jacks was stranded at the other end,
Hopping
on plenty, getting increasingly frustrated as I think it was Gus Atkinson and Nico Reefer got out one after the other.
That's right. Yeah, stranding Jacksy down at the other end, and Conor took matters into his own hands.
There's been many a fine evening down at the Kia Oval in the blast.
Yeah, still one to come this year.
Of course.
Yeah, Surrey
final in
Surrey Durham, September the 3rd. I think it is.
September the 3rd. Get on down.
No, that's good. That'll be a brilliant evening. It really will. Because there's also like a real. There's a desire to win the T20 every year, but it's writ large this year, I think.
Van der Gooten beats Foakes again. It's been the most fantastically skillful little passage of bowling, and such contrasting styles between Van der Gooten and Douthwaite at either end. Van der Gooten, they're of similar-ish pace, but Van der Gooten's just getting the ball to kind of wobble around off the seam, cause Foakes difficulty, whereas Douthwaite has the kind of boom or bust mentality of fantastic individual deliveries, slipped in with the odd rank half tracker. And all in all, it's making for very entertaining viewing.
Yeah, very very entertaining viewing for a nice crowd this morning as well.
The Metro Bank continues to inspire and attract the masses.
Well, it's a lovely Sunday. I mean, we're still in a lovely air-conditioned commentary box here, Cam, so I couldn't tell you exactly how hot it is outside, but the last time I was outside an hour or so ago, it's pretty pleasant. You can see there's a few people there possibly, have decided for whatever reason not to wear a t-shirt. So that's generally a good sign that there's a bit of heat in the air. It'd be a lovely, I can imagine nothing better than just sitting at the Oval and watching the game of cricket today.
I think I've got a very particular day where I think it's the best location to watch cricket. I'll describe it imminently.
I can't wait for this.
So Foakes defends once more. And is that the end of the over? It is the end of the over. 22 overs gone, 89 for 6. A maiden from Van der Gooten. He has just 1 over remaining, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Ben Foakes and or Conor McCurr, whoever's on strike, to get 6 forward defences out and see him off and say, on your way, we'll have a good look at someone else.
Yeah,
but
meaty spell from Van der Gooten, isn't it? Fair play.
So, where I think cricket is at its best, both at the Oval and in the world, arguably, is if you've got a county championship game and you're over on the left-hand side of the ground towards the gasometer, and there are times in the county championship where you're playing on quite comically short boundaries. And if you're sat in the kind of Galadari stand, bottom tier, with with the city in the background. It's getting a late, pleasant evening, and you're about 55 yards away from top-level cricket being played.
Yeah.
And you've brought your own beers in, arguably, potentially. You've got a couple of mates around, and it's perfect.
Yeah.
It's absolutely perfect.
No, I couldn't agree more. It really, and there's a real beautiful buzz to that. Because there's, you know, the way that you described that, I think quite a few people have realised how good that is.
Andy Gorvin is into the attack. Keeper up to the stumps, and Conor McKerr has a big old hack at the first delivery. Now,
and there's a really beautiful vibe to that, I think, and also actually an extremely knowledgeable crowd you get in there as well. So I know, Cam, you know, you enjoy surrounding yourself with people who are also knowledgeable about cricket.
Well, I hang out with you a lot. So.
But yeah, if you're watching the sport there, there's a lovely, you know, the conversation about it is insightful, and I think there's a real real appreciation there for what people are saying.
I've always wanted to know who the very unknowledgeable crowds are. There's always everyone's always kind of like, oh, they know their tennis if you're at Wimbledon, or they know their cricket if you're at Headingley. That's wide and well fielded at slip. Con Ingram, I believe that's Ingram now, may be mistaken, it cleans up. And Gorvin was so instrumental in Glamorgan's kind of miraculous opening day win. He took 3 of the last 5 wickets, where Glamorgan were only about 30 runs to play with, and prompted the collapse of Gloucestershire, where they took their final 5 wickets for just 3 runs. And that's well fielded, fantastic dot ball. And Gorvin immediately gesticulates for a change of field, and just with the lack of pace, what they're opting to go for is bring up deep third into the ring to have a short third man, and then their fielder on the boundary will instead go out to cover point, to effectively protect against that bludgeoning Conor McKerr cover drive. And actually they're going far more attacking than this. Well, no. Gorvin has decided against having the extra catcher, and he just wants a backward point. Hoyd into the leg side. That's a lot of cricket for one run, as Conor McKerr swings wildly at a ball, and it goes perfectly to deep mid-wicket. So 4 dots and a single for Gorvin's first over, following on from Van der Guten's maiden over. And I think Surrey will be content with this. It's still nibbling around, it's still difficult seaming conditions. And if they can just get some more overs into the legs of these seamers, and then target the spin of Kellaway when he comes back, that might be the route they're going down.
Do you think there's an element here, Cam? I'm not sure there is or not. I'd be interested in your opinion that Glamorgan will be seeking to bowl at Conor McKerr as much as possible. They've obviously just had 5 balls at Conor McKerr there, and then no run from the last ball. Do you think that's going to be something that will play into their tactical plan yet?
I think for sure they'd have a preference of bowling to McKerr as the weaker of the 2 batters. But having said that, given the movement, if for instance this over is a good example, Glamorgan would rather have Foakes on strike than Conor McKerr, because McKerr is effectively like a night watchman for this over, in that this is their strike bowler with 6 deliveries left, and the prize wicket is at the wrong end. They want to be bowling at Foakes here. Such was the quality of the last over, where he was often beaten on the outside edge.
Yeah.
Now, I think what we'll see immediately, Conor McKerr has that fielder out on the offside boundary, so the 1 is available in the offside. And they scamper through for 1, and Glamorgan, in kind of a counterintuitive fashion, I think will be very happy with that.
Yeah, it was a scampered single, wasn't it? There to sort of he didn't hit it exactly directly to mid on, so therefore there was enough time to get that through.
Having said that, the field remains the same for Ben Foakes. I'd have been intrigued to see if they'd brought up that fielder on the offside boundary into the ring, to almost be willing to give up the 4 to have all the 5 deliveries at this set batter. It's a crucial moment in this match right now. Beats the outside edge once more.
So to take through the field here, you've obviously got the keeper 2 slips. You've got a backward point on the ring. You've got deep third, deep cover, mid on, mid off, a mid wicket, and then fine leg on the ring as well.
So it's a pretty simple flat plan for Van der Gooten here. It's off stump, just outside, to try and nick him off. Another strong forward defence from Ben Foakes, who was at pretty much a runnable 40 earlier. He's now on 43 of 63. The brakes have been applied on the innings, but I think that's as much a conscious decision from Foakes to recognise the point in the match and the demands of the current situation. This is a little period for him to ride the wave, for him to see Van der Gooten out and to attack whatever comes next. Again, he looks to drive, but he's just not been able to find his timing at all against Van der Gooten.
2 more balls to go though. Surrey can sleep a little easier.
Now I'll be very intrigued to see how they go about playing Gorvin, because Gorvin obviously is a bowler who doesn't have much pace on the ball. He's got little dibbly dobblers with the keeper up to the stumps, and as you saw with McCurr singling the last over, you really have to force the issue to try and score your runs, and on a pitch like this, that's not easy to do. Driven to the right of mid-off, but well fielded. And the dot ball run from Van der Gooten to Foakes continues. It's now 10 dots in a row between this pair.
I think there's a little disrespect shown to this competition as well, Cam, at times, and people talk about with it taking place at the same time as the 100, and that phrase developmental is used all the time. But Tim Van der Gooten is one of the better domestic seamers in the country. He's facing Ben Foakes as a test batter. This is brilliant cricket.
Driven to mid-off and well fielded once more. And that completes a very fine 10 overs from Tim Van der Gooten. 10 overs, 1 for 25 after 24 overs and is 91 for 6. Ben Foakes is on 43, Conor McCurr is on 14. I am going, and Yas Rana is coming in.
Yeah, absolutely superb there, Van der Gooten. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25. Pretty much just bowled through the first 20 overs of this game, and as I say, I think there's a lot spoken about this competition sometimes, Yaz. I think in terms of the sides, obviously Surrey missing 15 players to the 100. I mean, you shouldn't sleep on how many, the effect that has. But just pause now.
It's a real leveller, the absentees. So a county like Glamorgan, they're not missing that many players. Surrey missing loads, and it's a very even competition. It's very competitive cricket, as you say.
And there are some players in this Glamorgan squad that could easily be in. You look at Colin Ingram, Van der Gooten, whatever. They are 100% good enough to play in the 100.
Interesting spell in the game here. Ben Foakes started briskly, but he's really buckled down in the last 5 overs or so. Just 2 runs off his last 18 deliveries. And I think if Surrey are to get back into the game, obviously a long way to go, that spell getting through Van der Gooten, who looked really good. Punched down the ground. Foakes immediately sets off. Colin McCurr slightly slower to leave his ground, but they go through for the single.
The
fact that they got through, and the fact that they got through that Van der Gooten spell, from a Glamorgan point of view, Kieran Carlson has been proactive in attacking all game. He was going in for the kill, and for how well Van der Gooten bowled, at the end of the day, there's only 1 wicket in that wicket column. Pulled into the leg side, not that short, but McCurr is able to get it away. McCurr looked handy when he came in against Yorkshire. He started well here. Actually, the busier of the pair so far in this partnership, worth exactly 20 from 6.4 overs.
Yes,
Gorvin giving nothing away at the moment.
One of the things you were talking about earlier it is a really great day for cricket today. I've got Cricket Info on my laptop here to help me follow the scores and stats of this game. But you look at the Women's Asia Cup final, Sri Lanka women need 107 from 75 balls with 9 wickets to spare to beat India. That'd be brilliant.
Gone, edged and taken well by Slip. It's a big wicket. Ben Foakes held the innings together up until this point. Edges, and it's a really sharp catch at first slip by Colin Ingram. His second of the day. Did well. Smale standing up to the stumps. Ingram's view would have been obscured somewhat by the keeper. And Gorvin, who's been tight early on in his spell today, picks up the all-important wicket of Ben Foakes. Surrey now 94 for 7. And Foakes going back to the pavilion, the last recognised Surrey batter. Glamorgan properly in to the Surrey tail. John, Gorvin rewarded for just giving nothing away, 2 overs, 1 for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about how well Van Hood is bowling, but yeah, Gorvin at the other end placed down Douthwaite and has given very, very little away. I think it really demonstrates that this pitch, there is much as I wouldn't suggest that 94 for 7 is a position that Surrey ever wanted to be in. I think if you look at the way Gorvin's been bowling, certainly the Surrey bowlers will think that they could at least have a swing at this. They'll want as many runs as possible on the board for these last 3 wickets. But Gorvin has he's done. I wouldn't say Gorvin's done anything particularly right, but he's done absolutely nothing wrong. Like he's put the ball there or thereabouts, and he knows that he's going to get the rewards from this pitch, and he got that there, with a classic kind of actual red ball dismissal, really.
I think we've seen that throughout this Surrey innings. Glamorgan have been very tight with their lines, very little loose for the Surrey batters to feast upon.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, as you obviously commentated on the game a few weeks ago, quite a lot of these Glamorgan players played in that T20 game a few weeks ago, and that was as one-sided a game of cricket as I've seen here in a while. And so I think, I've not spoken to any of them this morning, but you think the Oval's a pretty memorable place to come. You think that possibly they might have kind of had a word with themselves and just that I think it's pretty fair to say that T20 game didn't demonstrate what Glamorgan were all about, really, did it?
No, 100%. And I think we've mentioned it a couple of times in the broadcast today, but I think full credit deserves and must go to the Glamorgan skipper, Kieran Carlson, who has been aggressive all day.
Yeah. Yusuf Majid, the new batter for Surrey. But final ball of the over, so Majid will start his watch at the other end.
I think the way in which Carlson has marshalled his troops, used Van der Gooten, used 10 overs in the first 25, really aggressive, some remarkable fields, 1.4 slips, a gully, 2 leg gullies and a short leg in play, 15 overs into the game.
And here he comes again, T.A. Callaway from the pavilion end. For those tuning in recently, I'm aware that T.A. is not necessarily Ben Callaway's initials, but Cam and I dubbed him T.A. Callaway because I think he, as with most cricketers who's able to do what he can do, he will be dubbed for the majority of his career as the ambidextrous Ben Callaway. So possibly T.A. Let's give some more credit. T.A.B. Callaway potentially. But yeah, I think I am fascinated by the prospect of ambidextrous bowling. It's there's really a lot you can do with it, I think, in terms of innovation.
Yeah, it is interesting. There was the Sri Lankan player Kamindu Mendis, who is now actually making his name for himself as a batter in Test cricket, doing quite well, I think. But he sort of burst onto the scene in 2018, bowling both left and right arm finger spin. But I wonder, as cool as it is and as impressive as it is, I do wonder how different it is to what Liam Livingstone does. in that Liam Livingstone bowls off spin to left-handers and leg spin to right-handers. In effect, that is the same thing as what ambidextrous bowlers do elsewhere.
Yeah, in effect, certainly, yeah. But I think with respect to Livingstone, what he does is fascinating. I think there's a different psychology, I think, to bowling right arm and left arm compared to bowling off spin. Because also, even when you're facing a leg spinner, you never know when you're going to get the googly or the wrong in or whatever. But just the batters, they'll play cricket for so long in their lives. Just the difference in their brain to the fact they're facing a right arm or a left arm bowler. Short break for change of the field here.
That completes a very tidy over from T.A. Kellaway. Just one run from it. Surrey 95 for 7. A good few minutes for another Surrey player, Gus Atkinson. He has Jason Holder out LBW for 12. West Indies 146 for 5. Leading England by 53. Effectively 53 for 5. Atkinson has figures of 2 for 17 off 5 overs. He has 22 wickets at 15s in his first series as a Test cricketer so far.
That is wonderful. That really is wonderful. Just so good to see. One of the things I think, going back to the right arm left arm conversation, one of the things I think is really interesting to see. You and I both know quite a few of the guys from CricViz, a few of the people from CricViz, and the cricket stat industry is an ever-growing thing.
Gorwin continuing. McCurr nudges it into the leg side, picks up a single. Going well, 18 off 23.
Both in terms of creating new things to have stats about that you never previously had stats about, and also creating a deeper level of stats, creating more stats in different competitions, and for instance, the County Championship, is now being looked at statistically from a number of other ways. One of the things that CricViz never look at, which I find absolutely fascinating because it's a huge deal in baseball, which is a sport I love, is batter's average against right-handers and left-handers.
I think they have a lot of data that they don't publicly share.
Absolutely,
and I think there's so much potential in how we talk about data in T20 cricket in particular. So, for example, some players are just going to be better suited to certain ground dimensions, like having shorter straight boundaries or shorter square boundaries. Driven nicely down the ground by Majid. Beats the man at mid-on, who chases hard and won't be able to retrieve the ball. Majid off the mark with a very nice on drive. He brings up the Surrey 100. They're there eventually. 100 for 7 in the 27th over.
Yeah, I don't think that's what anyone wanted to see from a Surrey perspective, but there's still work to be done there. As I say, this pitch, maybe 150 could be defendable.
Yeah, I think so much credit has to go to the Glamorgan bowlers for starting so tightly. Like you always see here at the Kia Oval, there was good carry early on. The sort of deck that if you get your line on length slightly wrong, the batters are in business. Given very, very little away. Driven nicely by McCurr, but straight to Carlson at cover. And also what you'd say from a Glamorgan point of view is not the worst thing in the world if you're seeing the Surrey lower order back with relative comfort. McCurr now 18 off 24. He's looking very good. We're talking about all the cricket we have going on today. Zimbabwe, Ireland at Stormont. Ireland, after their first ever home Test victory, they need 18 more to get it. 4 wickets in hand. Remarkable passage of play earlier in that game today, where Ireland ran an all-run 5, which didn't have any overthrows, which I don't think I've ever seen before.
That's got to be out there on social media, hasn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think
feel
it's
like
on the
I
Cricket
immediately want to put
Island.
my microphone down and go and watch that. That's incredible. I'll tell you another point here, and I'm particularly realising it, and I'll explain why in a second. So I'm barely getting a word in edgeways, and that's not because you're over talking, Yaz. It's because Glamorgan are bowling these overs so quickly. They really are. They're racing through. Gorvin in the last over was ready to go, and had to pull back from the final delivery because Conor McCurd just delayed him slightly. But Glamorgan really are pushing through this.
Nudged into the leg side. Majid picks up another. No, it's a fair point. The over rate has been pretty decent. There'll be 28 overs in the first 2 hours, and when you factor in 7 instances of batters walking off and a new batter coming in to replace them, that's decent going.
And Van der Hoogten bowled 10 in the first 25 overs. Who's a bowls of a proper seamer run.
Yeah, and this is only the 4th over of spin, so good going for Glamorgan. It's actually something that you notice a lot in county cricket. The over rate is so much better across formats than what you see not only in international cricket, but if you compare the blast at other franchise T20 competitions, it's incomparable, and I think actually aids to the spectacle because momentum is retained. There he is, changing from right hand off spin to left arm finger spin, and doing so with no noticeable change in how effective it is.
So going back to the right arm left hand conversation, it is fascinating to me because I remember when I was a much younger man, and there was a young cricketer coming through in New South Wales by the name of David Warner, in the sort of 2008-2009 range, and Warner, and that's the end of the over. Surrey 103 for 7, McCurd 19, Majid 6, Callaway now 4 overs, none for 8. Yeah, and David Warner coming through with all, he was quite a precocious fella. Some might say he didn't stop being precocious, but he was, when he was coming through, there was a lot of conversation because he could bat right-handed and left-handed, and there were rules that it was decided that wasn't going to be acceptable, and KP was. To a lesser extent doing a similar sort of thing. Warner, I remember at one point was trying to talk about double-sided bats as well. Why should a bat have a back to it?
Gorvin in, and McCurd tries to pinch another quick single and does. Onto 20. Really aggressive running. But
yeah, there was a lot of, dare I say, pearl clutching about this, and the idea of a batter being able to switch from a right-handed setup to a left-handed setup mid-run-up, mid-delivery. Obviously, switch hitting was a pretty sort of radical development in those days as well.
Dabbed to short third, and it's a good piece of work that restricts Majid to just 1.
Yeah, and it was ultimately decided that wasn't going to be allowed. But so I'm interested as to why the regulation hasn't, why. And I'm not saying I think it should be disallowed. Maybe the opposite. I don't know, but why it's okay for a bowler to bowl from either arm without necessarily signifying what they were going to do, and yet. The idea of a batter suddenly switching his stance to maybe take advantage of a field is not allowed.
Another quick single. McCurd and Majid was rotating the strike well. Yeah, my position on the batting question is that it's such a difficult thing to execute. I think if you can do it, fair play, have a go.
Yeah, absolutely. Surely, you'd thought as a bowler, well. Let's use David Warner as an example. He's setting up normally, and then suddenly he switches round.
Gorvin strikes again. It's a thin edge, well caught by Smale behind the stumps. Gorvin has a second. Majid departs. Surrey 106 for 8.
Yeah, good take there from the keeper. Again, very very similar to the last dismissal. We've talked about this before. Gorvin just bowling that nagging line, just letting the pitch do the rest for him there.
I think just looking at the replay, I think that's an off cutter from Gorvin. He covers his hand and the ball in the run up, concealing what he is trying to do with the ball, and that one there, as you see, just getting a bit of movement off the pitch, almost like a fast off break, draws an edge from Majid. It's a very smart grab by Smale behind the stumps, who, it's worth saying, has been a big part of Gorvin's success here, because Smale is able to stand up to the stumps, keep the Surrey batters in their crease, and it's produced 2 wickets. First of Foakes, the big wicket, the only Surrey top 7 man to get to double figures, and then Majid, who started proactively, 7 off 14. Surrey now 8 down with so much time left in this innings, 21.1 overs.
Yeah. New batter to the crease, James Taylor. Again, none of these Surrey. We talk about Surrey having, not batting hugely deep in this competition. As I say, losing 15 players to the 100. But all of these Surrey, none of these are old school 11s. James Taylor again is I've watched James Taylor bat a fair amount. He's a good bat. I mean, I'm potentially going to get that first ball and it's my fault. So
Gorvin unable to dismiss James Taylor first up. Taylor defends well. It ends Gorvin's 4th overs. 4 overs, 2 for 13. Just having a look at those partnerships. Other than that stand between Foakes and Burns, Surrey really unable to generate any sort of momentum in this innings.
Yeah, I think if you told Surrey that at 1 o'clock the second biggest partnership of the day was going to be between Ben Foakes and Conor McCurr, there'd be a sort of deep sigh I think you'd receive in response there. And the 4th biggest partnership between Conor McCurr and Yusuf Majid, probably not on the list for things that Surrey wanted to happen this morning. But as I say, there's still there's still the potential for a little late innings wag here in Surrey just to produce something that is defendable. Shot.
Driven down the ground nicely again by McCurr. I guess from Surrey's point of view, I think the pitch is playing well enough that these two can just aim to bat, almost treat it like a glorified net. If you just bat without taking too many risks, rotate the strike, get up to something that is defendable, give something to that very impressive, very dangerous bowling attack to defend. Taylor cuts into the offside to get off the mark.
They've certainly got skin in the game, given that both of them are members of said impressive bowling attack. So, yeah, you can imagine the conversation. Well, if you guys can't, we'll just do it ourselves then. Fine, you know what I mean. Round arm there. Not quite sure what he was trying to do, but ended up dragging a little bit down the leg side and just sort of caught enough of Conor McCurr for it not to be a wide.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a missed opportunity there for McCurr. Callaway erring a little bit leg side. Beats the man at cover. I'll think about 2, but opted against it.
But yeah, it's fascinating. Let's go back again to this right arm, left arm conversation, because, for instance, just the other night, and this happens much more frequently in baseball than this, but I was watching a baseball game and I think it was the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Boston Red Sox withdrew. There's a guy called Tyler O'Neill. He's one of the Boston Red Sox gun hitters this year. Having one of the best seasons for the Red Sox. And this is a massive game. The Red Sox are playing the Yankees at Fenway Park, one of the biggest games in baseball, and it was very, very tight at the bottom of the 8th. And Tyler O'Neill was withdrawn from the game because Tyler O'Neill's a right-handed batter, was withdrawn from the game in favour of a left-handed pinch hitter, purely because the Red Sox calculation was that the Yankees closing pitcher, who they'd brought on, a pitcher they bring in for the last often the last inning or the last inning and a half to close out the game, struggled against lefties. So they withdrew one of their best hitters with the option of bringing in a less good, less renowned left-handed hitter.
Oh, leading edge from McCurr just falls short of Kieran Carlson at cover. So did it work?
Yeah, it worked. The left-handed hitter, when he came in the game, the Red Sox had two men on base, and the left-handed hitter, capitalised against the pitcher, drove a double into in deep field. Red Sox came around, brought 2 runs in, and won the game. But yeah, if that game had continued and gone into overtime and extra innings, then the Red Sox would have been without O'Neill for the rest of the game, and the Yankees would have probably moved on to another pitcher relatively soon, and they'd have been stuck with this lefty.
So I'm trying to translate this to cricket. Is this effectively retiring out your star right-hander for an inferior left-hander for matchup reasons? Big hoik from McCurr. Mid-wicket gets a hand on it, takes some of the pace off it. Just a single.
I think as often, there's a brilliant book by Ed Smith called Playing Hardball, about the differences and similarities in cricket and baseball. And I think as often in cricket, what you need to reverse around what you're watching, and you need to consider the role of the batter in cricket is more similar to the role of the pitcher in baseball, and vice versa. So yeah, if anything, it would be the other way round, in that when the analyst and the team would be so convinced that a batter has a problem with left arm bowlers, that even if you've got one of your star bowlers who's right in the middle of a good spell, you would withdraw them, with the idea being that you want this particular batter to face as much left arm bowling as possible. People obviously, KP being the go-to point in this. I suspect that at parts, I can't speak to evidence here, but I suspect for large parts of KP's career, he would walk to the crease and the captain would quickly look over to his left arm spinner and make sure they were warming up, just because it became such a trope, if nothing else, But yeah, it's a fascinating thing. But as I say, the data in baseball is out there, and commentators are talking about it, and it's displayed on screen. Feeling that mid wicket.
It's another very decent over from Gorvin, just 1 run from it. He's now got figures of 2 for 14 from 5 overs. 110 for 8 after 31.
Yeah, and you have players in baseball, batters and pitchers, who are known as the lefty killer or whatever, because such is the disparity in the data between how they go against right armers and left armers. So it's watching this ambidextrousness is it kind of, I'm not sure whether it foreshadows a development in the game or not, but it's a fascinating thing to see.
A brief look at the worm on screen there, showing the impact that the wickets have on your required run rate. Driven aerially, but just past the man at short cover. Yeah, Surrey started slowly, losing 3 wickets in the first 5.2 overs, and then Burns and Foakes recovered well, predominantly through Foakes, who scored quickly actually in the first stages of his innings, but after Burns and Cam Steele departed in consecutive deliveries, Glamorgan really applied the brakes. So Surrey back down to 3.56 runs per over.
I really enjoyed that cover drive there for 1 from McCurr earlier in the over. One of the things I think it really demonstrates is you put the fielder there for that shot, but McCurr, by being aggressive and getting down the wicket to Kellaway, is able to create a different angle, which enables him to then play the ball, take that fielder a little bit more out of play, which he wouldn't necessarily be able to do if he stayed in the crease.
Bowled him. Kellaway strikes. He gets his first wicket, cramping McCurr for room, looking to play the ball through the offside, but it was too straight in truth. And Kellaway, who's impressed with both his off spin and his left arm spin, picks up his first wicket, and Surrey Now 9 down.
Yeah, you can see the frustration there from Conor McKerr. He was, in the context of this game, he was playing a really nice hand there, and yeah, he was looking. I don't think he was looking necessarily to push on, but he was just looking to be positive and not just let that scoreline, that scoring rate completely dwindle. And it just, you say, was maybe a little straight for what he was trying to do there.
He was rotating the strike really well, but it's a really good and clever piece of bowling from Kellaway, just getting that one to push through, going on with the arm, skidding through.
Yeah, you can see just a little flatter there, and yeah, McKerr's frustration, as you could see there from our excellent close-up side on camera, there was clear for all to see. Surrey now 112 for 9 with Matt Dunn coming to the crease. Should we talk just now? Yeah, it's about KP. Matt Dunn's probably finest hour with the bat for Surrey was his partnership of well over 100 with KP when KP got that 355 against Gloucestershire in 2015. Matt Dunn really doing and I mean, Kate, you talk about farming the strike. I think that's probably the best I've ever seen it happen. But yeah, Matt Dunn, whenever called upon, did a superb job there. Obviously, a pretty different scenario that he's walking out into today.
Yeah, I think Surrey would take a 100-run partnership from this point.
They probably would. Yeah.
I think Dunn will have to do a little bit more of the work this time than he did with that partnership with KP 9 years ago. Anyway, back to his off spin. So you've been at the club for some time.
Just one point on Matt Dunn before we go here as well. Just in light of the conversation we've been having recently as well, is right arm bowler, left arm batter. So again, in his own way, a different kind of ambidexterity.
And Dunn defends complete the 32nd over. Sorry, 112 for 9. Yeah, it's a good point. Although I think it's slightly different when it's what hand you bowl and throw with and what hand you bat with, because arguably a left-handed batter, you use your top hand to direct the ball. The power comes to the bottom hand, but I don't think it's clear cut as to what hand is. If you're naturally a right-handed person, that doesn't necessarily translate into being a right-handed batter in the same way.
No, absolutely agreed. And by the way, just to say, at 112 for 9, and I hope this doesn't come particularly soon, but during the innings break, we're going to be, Cam and I were briefly talking earlier.
Leg side this time for Corbin. A rare wide.
We were talking earlier about my my podcast, about the podcast that I am a part of, the Tales from the Oval. If you haven't been listening to it, highly recommend it. Available on all good podcast platforms. He says I can be egotistical about this because I'm only a small part of it. Tom Holland, I think, is the star. It's fair to say. But if you haven't started listening to it, do start listening to it. But we're now we'll be playing the first part of the 4th episode during the innings break, which is Tom and I discussing who we think is the greatest Surrey player of all time. We come to the conclusion pretty quickly, because then the majority of the podcast is us telling their story, and it's a fascinating story. I won't break any I won't give you any spoilers and tell you who we've named.
Was it based purely off Surrey form, or did you factor in international pedigree as well?
No, we factored in international pedigree as well, and also, as everything when you talk about history, we talked a lot about context and societal context, and the way players are able to expand and evolve and change the game and grow the game. So the player we came to certainly did that.
Very leg side from Gorvin, and really well put away from James Taylor. That was well outside leg stump. He actually did very well to get bat on it, and particularly well to get enough control on the ball to pierce the gap between deep mid wicket and long leg.
I think it slightly surprised Glamorgan how I think they were expecting James Taylor to hit that, given where the field is behind square, and you find leg actually set off in the other direction before realising that he'd whacked it through square leg.
I think that might be because it was so wide that had Taylor not got bat on it, that would have 100% gone down for 5 wides. So I think long leg was trying to cut the ball off in that direction. Taylor did very, very well to get back on that.
Yeah. Yes. So yeah, we came up with the idea. I mean, I won't give it away, but the story, which is a fascinating one, takes you from Parker's piece in Cambridge.
Short and I think dropped by Will Smale behind the stumps. He's had a really good day so far. Tough chance.
Let's have a look at the replay here.
Taylor looking to pull the ball through the leg side.
Yeah, that went all the way in, didn't it?
Yeah, and judging by his reaction, he definitely thought that Taylor got some bat on that. Driven through the offside this time. Taylor picks up a single and completes the 33rd over. Sorry, now 118 for 9.
Gorvin 20. Can you tell how much time I spent with Australians? I was about to say he was 20 for 2. Gorvin 2 for 20 now for his 6 overs. Yeah, really again playing a good hand here, bowling a beautifully won in partnership with Kellaway as well. They're really do really complement each other, I think, in this spell. With the exception of that ball that James Taylor put away and did well to do so in the last over. Yeah, very, very, very few gimme balls recently. Shot.
Yeah, cut behind square and well fielded on the boundary. Saves 2. He's just
I don't know what he's looking at there.
In a bit of discomfort, perhaps landed awkwardly. There's 2 more to the Surrey total, 120 for 9. Another one that just slides on, similar to the ball that got Conor McCurr in the previous over. Kellaway and Gordon have done such a good job here because Van der Gooten and McIlroy set the tone. And it felt like Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan skipper, was going in for the kill, using Van der Gooten, bowling him out by the 25th over. And Gorvin and Kellaway have really backed up the early work from McIlroy, Van der Gooten and Douthwaite. Flicked past mid-wicket for a single. Taylor into double figures.
So yeah, at lunchtime during the innings break, we'll be playing the first part of that episode. So do stick around and hopefully you might enjoy.
Kellaway now bowling off spin to the left-handed Dunn.
Yeah.
Big appeal given. Kellaway picks up his 2nd wicket, and that's the end of the Surrey innings. 121 all out on a hot day under the sun. Glamorgan have been right on the money from ball 1. Van der Gooten and McIlroy set the tone early doors. They were backed up by first Dan Douthwaite and then Gorvin and Kellaway. Kellaway bowling left arm spin and off spin. Picks up a wicket with each actually. He finishes with figures of 2 for 16 off 7, but having a look at that Surrey card, that top 7 really struggled to get into the game. Ben Foakes the only one getting to double figures. There's a bit of support from Conor McCurr, but in truth, this Surrey innings lacked momentum throughout. And having a look at that set of Glamorgan figures, everyone getting in on the act. Van der Gooten, the only one not to take 2 wickets actually. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25. McIlroy, Douthwaite, Kellaway and Gorwin all taking 2 wickets each. And taking a look at those partnerships, other than that stand between Foakes and Burns, John, Surrey never really had any momentum.
No, none whatsoever. If you look at those partnerships coming up now, Yeah, Foakes and Burns. That is clearly the centrifugal partnership, the standing wall of that innings. But yeah, Foakes and McCurr look like they may have started to do something, but then Glamorgan actually pretty efficiently mopped up that tail as well. Were it not for that the tailor sweep through square, then it would have been even less and even quicker. So you'd have thought Glamorgan would be backing themselves to chase down 121 here. I mean, as we say, Surrey do have a fine pace attack, and I think there is by no means is Surrey absolutely completely out of this game. I don't think it's a fait accompli, but I think it's you'd have thought Glamorgan would be extremely disappointed if they aren't able to make it to 122.
Yeah, Glamorgan overwhelming favourites at the halfway point. I thought they were very disciplined with the ball, very, very few bad balls. They started well, opening up with a couple of maidens, and that set the tone for what's to follow, really. The first Surrey boundaries were both inside edges. It was a while before, I think there were 3 wickets down before Surrey first hit a controlled boundary shot. And McElroy and Van der Gooten bowled an unbroken 12-over spell between them up top, and absolutely outstanding, right on the money. Made life very, very difficult for the Surrey batters. But so often you see the bowlers up top start well and their teammates don't quite back them up, and the Glamorgan change bowlers really did back them up. Very, very little given away. Pressure applied throughout. They
really did. I've got a lovely nugget here, actually, just given to me by our colleague Guy Swindells, who has come in with this one. Apparently, that's the first time that Callaway has done that in first team cricket.
Wow.
Bowling his bowling the same, the variations within the same over. So I imagine he'll be absolutely delighted to be walking back to the hutch with having taken one with each discipline.
It can't be something that's been done too often in English domestic cricket, not just recently but ever.
I'm going to be at lunchtime. I'm off dropping an email to Andrew Sampson, it's fair to say.
We'll try and get you an answer on that for the second innings. It is the innings break now. Seeing spectators here at the Kia Oval wander onto the outfield, always a great sight. Really good crowd in. Sunday afternoon in July, sun's out, one of our best weekend days of the year.
This is what you want as a kid, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely glorious. Just throwing, there's so many. I can see bats being swung, bright orange, wind balls already flying around the outfield. This is a there's a few loves of cricket going to be born in this outfield this lunchtime, I think. Yes.
100%. And I always was amazed at how close you can get to the pitch. You can get a real first-hand look at the pitch, see what the ground staff are doing. You can also get incredibly close to the players warming up. And I think one of the things that cricket coverage hasn't quite nailed yet is conveying the speed at which professional cricket is played. And you can get, when you get right up and close to the players bowling, you really get an appreciation of just how quick they are, just how far back the keeper stands, that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And with with all due respect to all professional cricketers, you're not just talking about second 11 cricketers or academy players who are warming up at lunchtime. I've sat here at during county championship games with 300 or 400 people out in the outfield, and they've been watching Reece Topley and Sam Curran and huge superstars bowl. But anyway, yes, we've talked about Tales from the Oval. And so we've got episode 4. First part, we split it into 2 parts because it's quite a long video, so we need to split it into 2 parts. The second part of this is going to be played during the innings break at the One Day Cup game on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. But now, we've got the Tales from the Oval, episode 4, part 1, myself and Tom Holland discussing, and then starting to tell the story of Surrey's greatest ever cricketer. Well,
let's enjoy it, and we'll be back for the start of the second innings.
Hello and welcome to Tales from the Oval. I'm Tom Holland. With me is John Surtees. And John, in our first 3 episodes, we've already gone through just the history, the backstory of the Oval, how the Oval came to be built, and the early years of Surrey. And then in our last episode, we looked at the birth of the Ashes, Surrey's role as the first test ground in England. But today we're doing something slightly different, because throughout this series we are going to be nominating our choice for the best captain, the best team, the best innings that's been played at the Oval, the best spell of bowling at the Oval. But today we want to look at the person we think was the Surrey GOAT, the Surrey greatest of all time. And I'm just wondering, who would be on your top three before we come to the number one? So which other two candidates do you think we could have chosen?
I mean, there are so many here. I think the thing with Surrey is we're a real club of eras. You look at the era that we talked about previously in the late 19th century. You've got to look at obviously winning 7 titles back to back in the 1950s. You then got to look at the Hollyoak era in the late 90s and the early 2000s, and I would argue the current era is up there with any of them. We're just two titles on the bounce, going for the third as we speak now. But I'd say, in terms of that, you've got to mention Stuart Surridge. You really do. Mm-hmm. He was captain for 5 years. He won the championship for 5 years. But the thing about Surridge is many people say that he wasn't by any means the best player in that team, and probably if he wasn't captain may have even struggled to get picked every game. But to be captain for 5 years and to win the title for 5 years consecutively, I think you've got to be in that conversation. I think you've got to talk about Tom Richardson, who's the club's all-time leading wicket taker. Mm-hmm. Another hirsute Victorian great, over 2,000 wickets for the club, and notoriously a hell of a man. He'd apparently walk from Mitcham most days, sometimes carrying his cricket bag with him. Just an extraordinary fella as well. So I think for me, Surridge and Richardson are probably worthy of a mention in this conversation, as well as the person I think we're both about to come to.
Yeah. Okay. So our choice for the Surrey GOAT is Sir John Berry Hobbs, Jack Hobbs, and I guess really there's no contest about that, is there? So let's just go through
I don't think so.
some of the kind of the bullet points that I think justify that. So he is the first Surrey cricketer and the first professional cricketer to be knighted. He remains the highest run scorer in first-class cricket. So 61,760 runs over the course of his first-class career, and also scored the highest number of centuries in first-class cricket, a tantalising 199, which is kind of English cricket's equivalent of Bradman's average, isn't it?
Well, I think it's an interesting one. It depends which cricket statisticians you speak to as well, because there is an ongoing project, I believe, in that community to look at some of the other cricket that Hobbs played, because there was an argument about which cricket was first class and which cricket wasn't, and there were certain tours of India that he went on where some of games are being sort of posthumously marked as first class games. So there is an earnest attempt to try and get the master over the line.
Well, I think in a way it's more memorable, a bit like with Bradman's average, test average. I think there's a kind of heroism in not quite having breasted the tape. He is, of course, the only Surrey cricketer to be widely known as the Master, which was always the nickname that I craved when I began my cricket career. Never quite made it. And, of course, he gave his name to the Oval's top gate, didn't he? I mean, I know that there's the Alex Stewart gate and so on, but I think no one would dispute that the Hobbs gates are very much the top gate. I mean, it's up there with the Grace gates at Lords, I think, as some of the very best gates that you will find at a test ground. And of course, John, you love Wisden at the Oval. You've edited a book on it. He is the only Englishman, let alone Surrey player, to have been named as one of the 5 Wisden cricketers of the 20th century. So, I mean, you can't really argue with that. So
you can't argue with that. It's the Bible.
So just, who is he? So he's born in 1882. He dies in 1963. And his Surrey career, he first plays for Surrey in 1905, and he plays right the way through to 1934. And he's in 1933, so that's the year before he retires. He's 50. and he scores a double century against the West Indies at the Oval. So he is going very, very strong, well into his 6 decades. In his Test career, very formidable. He plays 61 Tests, average of 56.94, 12 centuries against Australia. And although any Australian listeners will be quick to point out that that's almost kind of half of Bradman's, I think it is important, John, isn't it, at this point, to quote the opinion of the great umpire Frank Chester, who umpired Tests throughout the interwar years. And he said, for all his greatness, Bradman had neither the technique nor the skill of Hobbs to succeed on a sticky wicket in favour of the bowlers. And I don't think we're being unduly chauvinist when we say that that's probably the measure of great batsmanship, isn't it? The ability to cope on a sticky wicket. Wouldn't you say? I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the period those guys played in, like and they uncovered wickets and all of that. The conditions they were facing would have been unknown in the modern game. So their ability to adapt to those conditions, I think, is a serious factor. But anyone who wants to tell me that Hobbs is better than Bradman, I'm ready to listen.
Well, you can't argue with Frank Chester. And
Absolutely
the other thing
not.
about Hobbs, why I think he also deserves his GOAT title, is that he is widely accepted to have been a delightful man, a kind of charming man, kind man, generous. So Errol Holmes, who was his last captain at Surrey, said of him that he was as straight as a gun barrel, utterly trustworthy and disliked by no one. So he sounds almost too good to be true. So he was very modest. He was very abstemious. So he brings up his the century with which he equals Grace's total, and he toasts it with what everyone thinks is champagne, but in fact it's lemonade. He's very, very generous to fellow cricketers, to fans, to charities. So John Arlott, who adored him, wrote a brilliant biography of him, said that there was something Christ-like about him, which I think, maybe he's going a little bit too far.
It's amazing. That's amazing. No, Arlott was a man of poetry.
He was.
Arlott was a man of poetry, and it's one of his finest lines. I think, Tom, the difference essentially between our opinions of Hobbs, much as we both revere him, was revealed when you said that when you were younger you wanted to be known as the master. And as you read out that Errol Holmes quote, he was as straight as a gun barrel.
That's what you wanted to be.
Utterly untrustworthy.
Utterly trustworthy.
He was as straight as a gun barrel, utterly trustworthy, and disliked by no one. I think that's I'll take that.
That's what you want.
And you can be known as the master. How does that sound?
Well,
that's what I want.
I mean, the other thing is you might want to be, like John Arlott, you want to be compared to Jesus. But I think the thing to say about that is that unlike Jesus, perhaps, we don't know, but unlike Hobbs, loved a jape. He loved a practical joke. So in that sense, and maybe that sense alone, he was like both of them. He was very much a man for putting an ice cube in a sock, that kind of thing. So a very charming man as well as a very brilliant cricketer. And the consequence of this is that you have Hobbs mania, particularly in the 20s. So in the aftermath of the First World War, Britain is looking. It's a hard time economically. Countries are going through a very rough stage, and Hobbs seems like a kind of a ray of sunlight, illuminating the national spirit. And he's one of the most famous people in Britain. So in 1926, there's this journalist, Alfred Gardner, and he writes an essay about Hobbs in which he says, he's as famous as Lloyd George, who'd been Prime Minister, Bernard Shaw, the great writer, Charlie Chaplin, the great actor, and he says that no picture of the life of our time set down in terms of personalities who command the public attention would be complete without him.
Charlie Chaplin, another man of Kennington, of course, as well.
Of course, yes.
So there's quite a high chance that Charlie Chaplin and Hobbs may have passed in the street near St Mark's Church, which is a lovely moment to think about.
Although, of course, as we'll come to, Hobbs is not actually a native of Surrey, which causes him some problems when he begins his career. But just to say that 1926, when Alfred Gardner is saying this, comparing him to Chaplin and Lloyd George, and saying, you know, he's one of the most famous people in Britain. The year before, this is when he scores the 2 centuries, both against Somerset at Taunton, that enabled him to equal and then take him past W.G. Grace's record for centuries. And to mark it, the cartoonist David Lowe, who is probably best known for the cartoons that he did during the early years of the Second World War, so the famous image of the British soldier standing on a storm-swept rock saying very well alone. Well, there's another famous cartoon of Churchill leading the coalition government, and they're all rolling up their sleeves, ready for battle. But he shows in 1925, when Hobbs achieved this great record, he showed him as a colossus, and alongside him there are kind of other figures from history. So Adam, Julius Caesar, Charlie Chaplin again, Columbus, Lloyd George again, and very controversially Muhammad. So this generated a lot of brouhaha, I think, in India. People got very upset about it. But you get a sense there that Hobbs is, I mean, you know, a colossus among men, a colossus among sportsmen, a colossus among people in Britain. And he appeals to a very broad constituency. So to conservatives, he seems a kind. He's the cricketing equivalent of Stanley Baldwin, the pipe-smoking, tweed-wearing Prime Minister. He's a kind of embodiment of the calm, reassuring coolness of Middle England. And, you know, and the backdrop to all this is the general strike, anxieties about Bolshevism. So he, in that sense, he seems a kind of stolid embodiment of there'll always be in England. But he's also much admired by socialists, by liberals. So Harold Lasky, who is a Marxist scholar, very influential on the Labour Party, hailed Hobbes for his stolid calm in a difficult position. And John Arlott, of course, who is a liberal, described him as having the untroubled, easy air of a man pottering in his garden. However, despite this aura, wonderful. John, just to say, despite this aura of kind of stolid, Hobbit-esque Bilbo Baggins kind of quality, he did once, like Jane Watson, see a ghost. So this was when he was on. This was when he was on a tour, an England tour to Australia, and they were sailing through the Pacific. And it's incredibly hot, so he's sleeping on the deck. And then he sees a weird thing. So he wrote, I appeared into the darkness and saw something white which moved, while all the time it gave periodical groans and gurgles. So who knows what that was?
Well, the thing with ghosts as well is obviously no one knows exactly, you know, what ghosts are, what they do, how they get around. Maybe there's a chance that Shane Watson saw the same ghost as Jack Hobbs. It's
quite a long way from where was it, Chester Street to the Pacific. No, that's ridiculous.
But that's assuming that ghosts travel like human. That's assuming that ghosts travel like humans. I think we know so little about ghosts. We can think maybe ghosts appear to you depending on your profession rather than your physical location.
Well, this podcast is taking an unexpected turn. I hadn't thought that we'd be entering into a debate on the nature of ectoplasm. But yeah, it's an interesting theory, John. It's an interesting theory. Let's just leave it there.
I like it.
So here is the question. I mean. So he's a massive, massive figure, huge, and he has his gait, and he's in Wisden, and he's the master and all that. But I think that his fame he's not as famous, say, as Bradman, and he's definitely not as famous as WG.
I think it's a different. You know obviously far more about the social history of the period than I do, but I think he's certainly less of a physically imposing figure than Grace.
Yeah.
He looks, famous as he is, there's a much more of a normality to his look.
He's got a great big grin, hasn't he? Great big cheeky grin.
Very friendly grin, yeah, but less of the sort of Rasputin-like beard that Grace had, and obviously the the First World War, which we'll come to again later, is a key dividing line, isn't it? And the sort of the nature of celebrity in the interwar years compared to the nature of celebrity in the Victorian years, I think is different. And cricket, by the time Hobbs is playing it, is more established. It's been around for 50 or so years. It's not the new thing anymore. It's a continuation of something that Grace has started. And so, yeah, I think without the celebrity of Grace and without the meaning that Grace imparted to society, I think Hobbs probably would have been less famous. And again, Bradman similarly in the Australian world there's a different nature to that celebrity. But I love the idea of Hobbs being this sort of keep calm and carry on tea towel embodiment of Middle England, whilst also being so brilliant. It's been known as the master.
And I think that he absolutely does measure alongside Grace and Bradman in terms of his stature as a cricketer, and he's also a kind of he joins those two titanic figures. So he plays his first match for Surrey against the Gentlemen of England. We talked about this in a previous episode in 1905 when he makes his debut, and the Gentlemen are captained by W.G. Grace, and Hobbs scores 88 in that match in the second innings. And Grace is really impressed. He says, unless I'm very much mistaken, he's going to be a star. And he was right, because he does become a star. And then Hobbs, on his last Ashes tour, 1928 to 29, that's the tour in which Bradman makes his Test debut. So, you think of the chain of great players. Hobbs is the central link.
Yeah. I think that's a wonderful happenstance. It really is. Clearly there would have been no planning in that whatsoever. I can't imagine that Hobbs would have thought in any way that on my last Ashes tour to play alongside this man. But I think when you look at it with through the prism of history, for someone to have recorded the career that Hobbs did, to have started with Grace and ended with Bradman is wonderful synchronicity.
Yeah, it really is. So let's just go through his life. So he's not born in Surrey, so this will cause him trouble, as we said. He's born in Cambridge, and Liam McKinstry, who's written the most recent biography of him, an excellent account, he opens his book by saying Cambridge in the late 19th century. You think of punts and straw boaters and things, but this isn't at all the background that Hobbs is born into. So McKinstry says that it was an entirely different world, one of squalor and poverty, of narrow streets and cramped houses, of endless grime and ceaseless work. So his father is a roofer, putting slates on roofs, and his mother is the daughter of a shoemaker. So they are not from prosperous background, and they have lots of children. So Hobbs is the eldest of 12 children, and he gets an education, but it's pretty basic. And I think one of the most touching things that kind of really illustrates his character is that when he becomes famous and people write him fan mail, he answers every letter that he gets, but it costs him effort. It's difficult for him to write, and I just think that's such a kind of moving image of him sitting there struggling to reply to people and to repay them for their letters and their kindness with kindness of his own.
That there is a notable preponderance of signed things that I've seen from Hobbs over the years. You'd have thought, given the time that has passed, something signed by Jack Hobbs would be incredibly rare and exciting. But I think partially his celebrity and partially his generosity, there is still quite a lot of signed Jack Hobbs things there. I have a signed picture of Jack Hobbs in my study at home, and it cost me I think £30 on eBay, because there's a lot of them out there, and I think that speaks oddly to his character.
Very highly of him. Well, the other thing that I really like about him is he always loved a lunch, and this was because he'd always gone hungry when he was a boy, and so I think for him one of the best things about being a famous cricketer was the tea. The celebratory dinners and things. So he was never happier than when being offered a big meal. So that's a kind of another
you
marker.
get
of
well
of
fed
the,
in cricket.
yeah, the poverty of his background, and one of the things that might not have been thought a promising omen is that his mother kept a duck called Cyril, and the duck would kind of follow her around. And I think if you're going to grow up and be, your ambition is to be a famous batsman, having a duck, I mean that's terrible. But actually, it
12 children and a duck called Cyril.
It's not a bad portent, because against the fact that his mother keeps the duck is the fact that his father is a really, really keen cricketer. In fact, I mean, obsessed by it, and he ends up becoming the groundsman for Jesus College in Cambridge, and Jesus College is massively hearty. It's very much a kind of, we don't really bother with Latin or whatever. It's all about the sport. So cricket is really, really important. And Jack inherits this obsession from his dad, and because his dad has access to all the facilities at Jesus, this means that Jack does as well. And so even though he leaves school at the age of 13 and he works variously as he's a boot black, so polishing shoes, as an errand boy, as a gas fitter, the whole time cricket is something that he wants to be his life. Obviously he has that aspiration because he gets it from his dad, and he gets as a boy and then becoming a young man, he gets the chance to play both on excellent wickets, so Cambridge College wickets, but also on Parker's Piece, the green in the middle of Cambridge, which is much rougher, and that's essentially where he learns to play, the skills, he hones the skills that will enable him to play on sticky dogs and thereby prove that he's a better batsman than Bradman. Right, John?
Right, absolutely. Yeah. Parker's Piece, cricket is still played there to this day.
I've played there.
Icon of cricket. Hopefully we'll be playing there this summer. So absolutely. Yeah, if you ever play cricket and you're lucky enough to play on Parker's Piece, you'll walk.
Number 25.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, and apologies for cutting Tom Holland and John Surtees short in Tales of the Oval. With the Tale of the Oval happening right now in front of us as Glamorgan begin their chase of 122 for victory. Surrey all out in their first innings for just 121. Just remind you of the stars of the show from the first innings. Ben Foakes was the only batter to show any real resistance for Surrey as he contributed 44. Conor McCurk got 25 lower down the order. And then it was a shared wicket haul for Glamorgan. 4 bowlers picking up 2 wickets. Van der Gutten only picking up 1, bowling exceptionally well. But facing up, we have Eddie Byram to James Taylor. And that is a dot ball to begin proceedings. And I welcome Guy Swindells, who is alongside me for, presumably quite a chunk of this run chase.
Well, if they get in, yes, you're absolutely right. No, it was a strange innings. There was some terrific bowling early on, but several silly run-outs and 1 or 2 other moments that perhaps Surrey won't want to watch again.
Well defended. It will be intriguing to see how much movement Surrey are able to get out of this wicket, because yes, 120 is obviously below par, but it's not the kind of disastrous all-out total that you might expect when just looking at the scorecard. It was a very good toss to win. Both teams wanted to bowl on what's been a green surface that's been going a lot of movement off the wicket, and only Ben Foakes was able to find any real fluency. So Surrey will fall in the game at the beginning of this innings, hoping that they can nab a couple of early wickets, and then who knows what could happen.
Yes, at the moment we're not seeing quite the same amount of movement, and that could be to do with the time of day as well, because at 11 o'clock maybe the overhead conditions were helping the bowlers a little more. The cloud has burnt off now. It is a pretty hot afternoon. Not many people in the crowd wearing sweaters, let's put it like that. Decent crowd in as well, you can just see behind the bowler, but certainly early wickets are required.
Driven to the cover fielder. It's a very packed ring that Surrey are operating with there, but that kind of wide mid-off extra cover positions which Rory Burns has kind of got a monopoly on in South London. And Ben Foakes, not wicket keeping in this competition. The gloves are with Josh Blake is at the cover point. Cameron Steele at backward point, and then Conor McCurr in the gully and 2 slips in Cameron Steele and Dom Sibley. And I've said Cameron Steele twice there, so I believe it's actually Ben Geddes at backward point. And that takes the inside edge of Byram's bat and trickles down to fine leg for just 1 run. But an early opportunity for Surrey and promising signs. It's not been plain sailing for Byram in the first 5 balls of his innings.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the first 2 decent scoring shots from Surrey were inside edges that just flashed past. So it seems to be a troop in this match. The ball does a little bit early on. The batter's looking to attack, and Glamorgan have started their innings in exactly the same way, except there was a sweeper, so it was only a single.
In the first 3 overs of Surrey's batting innings, they only scored for 1 run. Such were the difficulty of conditions. Smale defends into the offside. Smale coming from a fine cricketing family. Both him and his sister are from, well, both professional cricketers. William Smale representing Glamorgan, and Sophia Smale playing in the 100 currently as well. Right, we have Matthew Dunn coming on at the Vauxhall end. Just 1 run off the first over. So Eddie Byron will face up with a almost identical field to what James Taylor had at the other end. 6 fielders on the offside, 3 on the leg side. So Matthew Dunn will be looking to angle this ball across the left-handed Byron and bring those slips into play. That ball just sneaks down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, I don't think there was much argument about that. Just didn't get his line right on that occasion.
Matt Dunn obviously known for his bowling, but he had a wonderful little cameo with the bat against Yorkshire. He only scored 13 not out, but included the most wonderful straight 6 that he couldn't help, even in a doomed run chase, have a large smile on his face for. It's defended into the leg side.
That's much more like it, just short of a length outside off, and keeping the batter honest.
It is interesting how that Glamorgan haven't come out all guns blazing, often in low totals, and go one of 2 ways. The team chasing know that they can effectively throw caution to the wind. And if they play their shots, yes, they might lose a couple of wickets, but the match is over before it's even begun. But Glamorgan been watchful in the first 8 deliveries.
Which makes sense. They've got a required run rate of under 2.5, so it's they can afford to take their time.
The reason they're taking the time was on evidence there, as Dunn just gets the ball to kind of spit off a length and strike Byram on the top half of his bat.
They'll also be going the right way down the M4 when they're going back this evening, with the traffic largely coming the other way. So.
Perfect. They've planned it all out. Win the toss, have a bowl, roll the opposition for cheap lin and knock them off. Perfect. It's a mighty fine over so far from Matthew Dunn. That first ball just sneaking down leg side, but he is even keeping that tight line into Byram's body, not allowing him any width or in either direction to be able to swivel on the ball and tuck the ball into the leg side, or cut the ball away to that short offside boundary.
Yeah, got an average of north of 40 in this format, so interesting to see if he can drag that down this season.
It's another wide ball, and I don't think Surrey will mind that too much, because he's missing in the correct direction. If his plan is to bowl really tight and straight to Byram, then to miss just onto the leg side is okay. That's a kind of positive mistake, as it were. The problem comes if you're missing the wide line on the offside, and Surrey are not trying to kind of bowl to that plan. Beautifully bowled. So that ball just holds its line, potentially even nipping away off the seam. We'll see on the replay here. Byram just pressing forward. That ball scoots away, beats the outside edge.
Didn't it? It's tough to bat against. If someone's sort of spraying it slightly down the leg side periodically and then gets one right on the money, it certainly keeps you honest.
That's full and driven for 4 through the covers by Byram. The first time that Dunn had really lost his length more than line. Byram was able to capitalise easily and convincingly.
Yeah, it was. You see what he was trying to do, but just over pitched slightly. There was a little bit of swing, so you could see why he was trying to pitch it up. But Byram was on it so quickly.
That's picked up over the leg side. Could it be 6? It is 6. And after a fine start by Surrey, Matthew Dunn's over finishes with back-to-back boundaries as he errs on the offside with his 5th ball and driven through the offside, and he errs on the leg side with his final delivery, and Byron picks that ball up all the way over backwards square leg for 6. After 2 overs, Glamorgan's run chase is up and running at 13 for none.
First 6 of the match.
Yes.
Surrey didn't manage one in their innings, so they were on the back foot for quite a lot of it after being 11 for 3.
And it's a real gut punch, those back-to-back boundaries, because you know you're fighting kind of a doomed task, that no one really defends 120 as much as exciting as it could be. The idea that if you nab a couple of early wickets, you're in the game. Realistically, Glamorgan are heavy favourites, and what you need is everything to go your way. You need those early wickets to fall and to not give Glamorgan a nice early head start. James Taylor to continue from the pavilion end. And that's clipped through the leg side. It beats the 2 fielders in the ring. And Glamorgan come back for 2. They'll look for 3, but decide against. And that's William Smell off and running with 2 to his name.
Yeah, nice shot and good use of the feet as well. Decided that watching earlier from behind the stumps, Ben Foakes, who was by some way the most successful Surrey batsman, by always looking to try and get out on the front foot, negate any swing and movement.
That's a beautiful shot straight down the ground, just to the right of Rory Burns at that wide kind of extra cover position. Although it was just a prod at the ball from Smell, he's timed well enough to pick up 2 runs.
Yes, the batting does look a little easier, doesn't it?
It's always the way.
I know.
It has to be so. Defended straight this time for no run. Taylor and Surrey are adopting what you'd really associate as a quite typical 4-day county championship field, with 2 slips of gully and then a ring field on the offside, and that mid-off fielder in Rory Burns is much wider than you'd typically associate with perhaps the kind of recreational game. Just that's more of a nod to just the pace at which the professional game is played and the lengths that are bowled. They're a little bit shorter, so batters aren't able to get us forward and drive straight back down the ground. This time it's flicked away down the leg side. It might have been pad, it might have been bat. Either way, Yusuf Majid runs around from fine leg to clean up. All eyes on the umpire. No signal, so another 2 runs to Smale's total.
Yeah, his first runs of the season, because he was out for a duck in the first match against Gloucestershire.
It's a cruel reminder, Guy.
Yeah, well,
he was trying to forget it.
I know, but he can now celebrate and move on.
This time it's more runs. Taylor gets 2 straight and it's clipped through square leg for 4 more runs. And Glamorgan are cruising.
Yes, they are at the moment. I was interested with the fielding because, and you were saying it's a much more red ball field, and that's exactly what we saw when Glamorgan were bowling earlier. At one time, I think we saw 4 slips, point, leg slip, short leg, and this is in a 50-over match.
Kieran Carlson's captaincy of Glamorgan was fascinating to watch. The amount he kind of tinkered and changed his fields. They're very proactive in their bowling innings. No run to finish the over, and after 3 overs, Glamorgan are 23 for none. Just the 99 more runs to win.
At the same point, Surrey were 1 without loss.
Well, never say die. We never give up down here at the Kia Oval.
No, quite right.
So Matt Dunn.
We have seen Surrey over the years find ways to win from ridiculous situations.
Well, they do not have the finest record in this competition. Last year was just 2 wins for the home team. They've got off their season with a loss. Started their season with a loss to Yorkshire here last week. Matt Dunn again sprays it down the leg side and it beats Josh Blake, and that is 5 runs. This is becoming quite painful quite quickly for Surrey.
Yeah, you compare and contrast with the way Glamorgan started and how tightly they bowled, and there's just a few wilder deliveries.
You feel with the style of seamer that Glamorgan had in Van der Gooten, McElroy, who more kind of, I mean this in the kindest possible way, more kind of dibbly-dobbly.
Yeah,
just
under
nipping
80.
the ball off the surface. Whereas Matt Dunn's more in the Dan Douthwaite mould, who came on first change. And that's clipped behind square on the leg side, where a fielder had just been placed at leg gully.
That was very nearly out.
I believe it's Conor McCurr in that position. We'll see this line that Dunn has been persisting with for exactly this reason. The ball just falling short of McCurr. It would have been a wonderful moment for the skipper Rory Burns had that plan come together.
Yeah.
A dot ball.
Yeah, that was a clever plan that very nearly came to fruition there. And removing Byron would have been handy. Averaging over 30. Got 100 in this format and 450s to his name.
Sliced behind backward points and 4 runs. For a moment I thought Ryan Patel might have been in with a chance of a catch at backward point, but before you'd blinked the ball had reached the boundary and cannoned off the advertising boards and bounced all the way back into the field of play.
Yeah, it's the short boundary, so you can see why he was tempted into it. There was enough width. He didn't quite middle it, but he got enough of it by throwing everything at that particular delivery.
Well, Glamorgan are already on 32 here. The run rate is at 8.5 and over. Full, driven, and that'll be more runs for Glamorgan. Just the one this time, as Rory Burns cuts the ball off at mid-off. Matthew Dunn's conceded 22 runs from his 1.4 overs worth of legal deliveries, which isn't particularly pleasant viewing for him or Surrey, nor Surrey even. There's another wicket at Edgbaston as England have dismissed Joshua De Silva. Mark Wood with the wickets. West Indies 157 for 6. The lead is 63, so effectively they are 63 for 6. Smale rides the bounce. A similar plan to the right-handed Smale as to the left-handed Byram, in that they have that leg slip in place 4 fielders on the leg side, so they're trying to bowl very straight at Glamorgan's batters. Bring the stumps into play, bring LBW into play, and with that movement off the surface, the theory at least, is that they'll also have the outside edge in play and bringing in those 2 slip catches and the wicketkeeper. Smell defends into the offside, and that's the end of the 4th over. The score is 33 for none. Head Byram is on 16 off 15, and Smell is on 10 off 9.
Yeah, just comparisons. Took Surrey until the 10th over to reach 33. So they are going a little bit quicker.
Yes, and I fear I fear the body language of the Surrey fielders is already. The shoulders are getting that bit lower as they know they've got, well, 90 runs. Score a run a ball, that's 15 overs. They've got an hour to potentially sit through and kind of endure the torture of a run chase, or an hour of the most exciting cricket ever.
2 quick wickets. We nearly saw one in the last over with the flick round the corner that very nearly landed at into the hands of the man who had been placed there. So Rory Burns is certainly making plans.
Yes, I apologise. I'm being a very reactionary man of doom and gloom.
Which I think probably is the realistic way to approach this. It's the hope that kills you.
Beautifully bowled by Taylor, who just gets that ball to zip off the surface and beat the outside edge of Byram.
That's what we were seeing earlier, that bounce, that carry that this wicket can give you, even if you're not the world's quickest bowler. And we were mentioning the 2 Glamorgan openers who were high 70s miles an hour, but they were still getting the ball to carry through chest high to the wicket keeper, because there is so much bounce on this in this wicket, which is great to see.
And once again, he beats that outside edge.
Looking at that, you thought for a second he might have got a little edge through, but certainly played at it, that's for sure. It's a great start to this over from Taylor.
He's just found that perfect line so far this over in his first 2 deliveries. And Josh Blake interested behind the stumps. Pushed off the back foot, well fielded by Ben Geddes at backward point. Such fine margins that these professionals operate on. 2 perfect deliveries from Taylor, beats the outside edge, and that ball well played away into the offside, but ultimately for no run.
And Geddes had to stop it too, because it would have raced away for 4 more. No one behind him to back up.
And that's a full toss that is given the treatment it deserved. Driven straight back down the ground by Byram. Takes his score to 20. James Taylor just erring in length there. And beautifully played by Byram.
It is a hard life being a bowler sometimes, isn't it? The first 2 deliveries, absolute jaffers that gave him absolutely no chance. He's slightly over pitch and whacked back past you for 4. Thanks very much.
The end of the 5th over of Glamorgan's chase. Just 4 runs off Taylor's 3rd over. The score is 37 for no loss. Byram on 20 and Smale on 10.
It was a decent over, that one. But again, another over goes past without the breakthrough that you feel Surrey so desperately need.
think we're going to have quite an exciting, eventful over here from Matthew Dunn. The field set is such that he's going to be bowling very straight, and they've put one fielder out on that short leg side boundary, so expect a short ball or two at Smale here. And that's an appeal for LBW that Dunn likes the least of everyone. The slip cordon behind the stumps were fairly interested, but no dice from the umpire or Matthew Dunn himself.
Let's have a little look at that one again if we can. Certainly the bowler wasn't interested, and that inside edge probably shows why.
Driven hard and well fielded by Ben Foakes in the covers. Not used to seeing Ben Foakes' hands, to be honest.
It's so weird, isn't it? I'm really sorry. I still can't get used to this.
I winced there a little bit, thinking, look after the fingers, please. Yeah. Don't break those fingers in the covers, please. We need you to keep wicket for many more a year.
No, we were talking about that. He's not in the England team because another Surrey person's keeping him out, and he's not keeping for Surrey because someone else is. It's just, and he's the best wicket keeper in the world. Weird.
That time Dunn just loses his rhythm. There was one ball earlier in his spell to Byron which was driven through for 4. You just saw the release wasn't quite right, and rather that kind of fast, kind of heavy ball that kind of lands on the wicket with pace and energy, it just floats out that little bit more of a gentle delivery from Dunn. It's a wide ball. Cut away, should be caught, isn't caught. Would have been a spectacular catch from Ben Geddes. I was potentially cruel saying it should have been held. But Smale's slash finds 4 runs behind square. We'll see a replay here. It was a spectacular effort from Geddes at backward point.
He did nail it though, didn't he?
I think I've been very cruel on Ben Geddes there, saying it should have been caught. It would have been a wonderful catch had it been held. One we'd have spoken about, or he'd have spoken about for years to come. Well, you know, we've got high standards in the Surrey commentary box.
No, I can see. The bar is set very high. Ooh.
There again, he's just lost his release for the second time this over. The ball slips out down the leg side.
When you're defending 121, you can't afford this many bonus balls. Was a good delivery, much better.
Half-hearted appeal from the slip cordon, but that was always heading down leg side. 2 balls remaining in this over.
Just needs to get his consistency going a little bit, doesn't he, at the moment, Matt Dunn?
And that is beautifully bowled. Matt Dunn finds the perfect length, the perfect line. And Smale is cleaned up. You can see a kind of frustration coming out of him after he hasn't quite been able to find his rhythm. But when everything clicks, Matt Dunn is a fantastic bowler, and he's proved that once again here.
Will Smale was bowled by Matt Dunn, 14.
Lovely ball. Smale trying to give him the charge a bit, but he's stuck to his proper length and line. Hits the top of the stumps. Lovely delivery. Well, that's why he bowled the wide, wasn't it? So he could keep that one back for the 8th ball of the over.
Just to think about it, you've got to outthink the batter sometimes as much as outbowl them. A very smart piece of wicket keeping by Josh Blake behind the stumps as well, who took the ball one-handed. That is, it's been a varied over, I'd say, from Matthew Dunn, but that was a fantastic and beautiful piece of bowling. It brings the Glamorgan captain, Kieran Carlson, to the crease.
No, super delivery. One more wicket now and life could become interesting, but he's still got another ball left, of course, because of the 2 wides.
So, Kieran Carlson to take strike. I saw him doing his fielding warm-ups this morning, and they were mightily impressive. He was hitting the kind of single stump they had in the ground, kind of relentlessly.
He is a terrific fielder. Not a bad batter either.
And a short ball from Matthew Dunn stays low. And ends up with Kieran Carlson having to fall over in order to take evasive action. This ball really hasn't got up anywhere near as much as the length would have predicted. And Carlson is somehow able to allow himself a smile as he almost kind of gets decapitated, which I don't know if that had been my first reaction. But he's a finer and braver man than me. It looks like we're going to have a bowling change at the end of the 6th over. We're going to 43 for 1. And Conor McCurr is going to come into the attack.
Well, he batted pretty well earlier on in difficult circumstances. Before he came out, only one Surrey player made double figures. And his 25 was a decent effort batting where he was in that innings. So if he can repeat that gutsy performance with the ball.
And it was his second score of 25 in the competition, after 25, making 25 against Yorkshire. And he comes for his first over of the day. And that is a short delivery that's pulled out to the leg side. And it's 4 runs, but it was not convincing at all. Yusuf Majid on the boundary, almost in with half a chance of a catch. But it's all action here at the Kia Oval. Well, the field is a 5-4 offside field. 2 slips, a ring field on the offside. Then mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg and deep square leg. This time McCurr finds his length, and it is a dot ball.
Conor McCurr. Wicket in the first match, as you rightly say, alongside that 25 he scored against Yorkshire.
Short again, and that is a wonderful shot from Byram. One bounce over the rope. It was just slightly straighter from McCurr, so he was able to almost lap the ball over fine leg. And Surrey, in their pursuit of wickets and bowling with aggressive plans, are leaking runs here.
That really was a good shot, because it wasn't that bad a ball. He just moved inside it and helped it round superbly.
Well, I don't think we're going to see Surrey abandoning this short ball ploy, because a fielder from mid-wicket has now been taken to go to a very fine leg, with a leg gully as well and a deep square leg, so expect it short. He takes it on, and he's caught at mid-wicket. The plan works. Whether it works in the way it was intended to, I don't know, but Surrey have a second wicket, and Eddie Byram can scarcely believe it. He's still stood at the crease. It's a very comfortable catch for Matthew Dunn at mid-wicket.
He's fallen for the sucker punch, hasn't he? It's a nothing particular ball, but he got into the mood and he wanted to try and hit it. It wasn't as short as he was expecting. And he just slaps it to mid-wicket. I'd been cross with myself then as well. You've just got in and you've got yourself out.
I think there was not many places that Byram could have hit that ball and not received 4 runs. Matthew Dunn was the only fielder on the leg side, kind of in front of square in that whole area. They were teasing him into playing that shot, to taking that risk, offering him the chance of a boundary. And after 2 fantastic full shots earlier in the over, he falls to the 3rd one. But on the flip side, wasn't a job quite complete by Byram, but he's got his side off to a very solid and fast start. in pursuit of what is looking like a very meagre total of 121 from Surrey.
Yeah, well, that's both openers out, so the two new batters have got to start from scratch. To make that job easy, Byram needed to stay and keep one end going, having got in. And now just opening the door a tad as far as Surrey are concerned.
Well, Colin Ingram comes to the crease, a mightily fine player. Several appearances for South Africa and a Glamorgan stalwart by this point. Punches into the offside for his first delivery. So, as you say, two batters on 0, facing just one ball apiece. And this short ball ploy is still on the cards from Surrey. Here, Ryan Battelle at that leg gully position. James Taylor at fine leg. And he's almost a backstop behind Josh Blake. Deep square leg and mid wicket. So, asking the left-handed Ingram, who's replaced the left-handed Byram, to take on the same pull shot. This time he goes full. Goes for the bluff, and that is the end of the 7th over. The score is 51 for 2. Glamorgan with just 72 more runs to win.
It's Colin Ingram's 250 over match today.
Wonderful.
In his career.
What a mighty fine achievement for a very fine player who, at one point, he started his international career in incredible fashion. I'm going to get the numbers up now, but he scored 3 centuries in no time at all.
Yeah, he did 31 ODIs in that 200 matches.
Matthew Dunn continues, and Carlson plays a wonderful cut shot, leaping up onto his toes and timing the ball so beautifully through the offside. He really is a wonderfully entertaining player to watch.
That really was a terrific shot. Yeah, no, so he scored 3 one-day centuries, and were they all pretty early on in that career?
Well, he made a one-day century on his debut for South Africa. He got 124 against Zimbabwe. Then in his 5th ODI, he scored 100 against Pakistan. So 2 in his first 5 games, and he did get another against Pakistan a few years later. Carlson looks to drive, but that ball just nips in off the seam from Matthew Dunn.
Yeah, just cramped him up a little, didn't it?
It really was the most wonderful cut shot. I can't really... He didn't so much strike the ball as just the timing was so perfect. Kind of intercepted it and the ball rocketed off the middle of his bat. I'm a big Kieran Carlson fan. I've decided that today.
He'll be pleased.
And another reason to be a massive Kieran Carlson fan is he tried to hit that so far. It would have cleared the... I was going to say the OCS stand, but it's the JM Fin stand now, so apologies to all sponsors involved.
No, that... the other shots we've seen from him have been really clever shots. That really was just a hoik.
And why not? I'm a big fan of the hoik. Naturally, as being a big fan of Kieran Carlson. And we have a fielder going out on that deep square leg boundary to protect against exactly that. And he cuts this time behind backward point, using the pace this time rather than injecting it himself. And Kieran Carlson, in the space of 3 deliveries, is putting on a bit of a show here at the Kia Oval.
Really don't want to give him width, do you? And that wasn't much width, and he still played it absolutely beautifully backward as square. But he seems very happy outside his off stump at the moment. Plays it late too.
Well, Dom Sibley is calling for a further field change. With quite remarkable field settings on the offside here. And he cuts once more and finds Cameron Steele at a very short point. So currently we have a cover point on the ring. We have a point in a very short, close to the batter position. A backward point and a kind of 3rd, 4th slip. It's a very congested area, and now that backward point is running out to the backward point boundary. Goodness me, there's a lot of field movements at the moment, and Jazz Rana's come into the box as well. There's movement everywhere. full and defended into that offside. So one of the many points put in position for Kieran Coulson at the end of the 8th over. It is 59 for 2. I'm going to take my leave and I'll be replaced by Yaz Rana.
Thank you, Cameron. Yaz just making his way in.
Not quite the day we imagined, Guy.
No, it hasn't. Whoever wrote this script wasn't the one we read beforehand.
Sorry, still attacking though.
And they kind of have to.
And it's early doors in the campaign, but Glamorgan surely an eye on the net run rate. I heard a commentator in the 100, I think it was Simon Dawes, say that so often you fixate the net run rate at the end of a competition, but it's just as valuable at the very start.
Yes.
And actually, in a situation like this where you're chasing something that is very, very achievable, once you get off to a good start, you really should be trying to advance your net run rate as much as possible, because it can be worth as much as a point really at the end of the day. Driven down the ground, and Surrey's attacking field will present run scoring opportunities. Ingram drives through the gap at mid-off, picks up 4, he's off the mark. Glamorgan 83 for 2, 63 for 2 rather.
Yes, they had dealt in a lot of boundaries in their innings so far, and that was just a really nice shot, ever so slightly over pitched. He was on it like lightning and didn't try and hit the cover off the ball, it was all timing, and it raced away for 4.
Surrey continuing to deploy that point heavy field with 3 men either side of point. I'm trying to work out that plan. It's a lot of people in a very small space of the field.
Yes, we were trying. The poor producer was trying to get a picture of the field, and it is a nightmare because they are clustered around, but there are people moving further afield. But yeah, we've got a sort of second slip, fourth slip, and then various points and covers in peculiar solution.
And there it is again. Ingram driving confidently into that gap. Mid-off, no one really there. So if McCurr does full, there's a real opportunity to score for Ingram.
Yeah, all of those players out on the offside for the attempted drive and possibly where the edge will end up. But you're absolutely right, if you do over pitch, and Ingram in this kind of mood is just picking you off and playing it where there is no fielder.
Burns has moved a little bit straighter at mid-off. This time Ingram gets across his stumps and nudges that one into the leg side to pick up a single.
It's a bit of a Surrey thing, isn't it, to have wide-ish mid-ons and mid-offs. They prefer them almost sort of cover point, and
I think it's something that you can often do here at the Keir Oval when there's good pace and bounce in the pitch. So as a new ball bowler, new ball seamer, if you get your lengths right, it's very hard to drive, and I guess if you leave that area open, you're incentivising a batter to try and drive through an area like that. Slightly back of a length this time from McCurr, and that's punched to deep third for a single. Another very good over for Glamorgan, 10 runs from it.
Yes, I don't want to depress Surrey fans. It was 69 for 2 at the same point. Surrey were 23 for 3.
Well, if you're looking for good news for Surrey, Jamie Smith's just taken a catch at Edgbaston. West Indies now 171 for 8, leading England by 77. So very much heading towards a 3-day finish in Birmingham. Matt Dunn to continue. difficult situation for the bowlers when you're only defending 121. If you don't get wickets in the first few overs, the opposition, with a net run rate in mind, will start taking more risks. You will be bowling with a more attacking field than you normally do, so your figures might not look that pretty, even though you haven't actually done much wrong. But I do wonder, comparing how Surrey have gone with the new ball to not just Glamorgan today, but also how Yorkshire went the other day in their opening fixture, I think the opposition sides have had just a little bit more control with the new ball.
I would definitely. Fewer wides, better lines, better lengths.
And a bit more movement as well, like really challenging the outside edge of the right-hander. We saw on numerous occasions McIlroy and Van der Gooten beating the bat of Sibley and Geddes. Oh, dropped behind the stumps by Josh Blake. Big heave from Kieran Carlson. It's a tough chance. Blake was diving to his right, got glove on it, took pace off the ball, but that goes down as a chance.
He did well to reach it, but
it would have been a blinder going to his right.
But you feel for him, because every time that happens, people will just go Ben Foakes.
Yes. Driven down the ground. That's a brilliant shot from Carlson. Dunn went full.
Yeah, didn't quite time it, but he timed it enough. And Carlson is obviously read the same thing as you did about net run rates and is rattling along as fast as he can. He's taking some risks. Seen him dropped, seen edges.
Short this time for Matt Dunn. Carlson, as Guy called it, taking everything on, goes for the hook shot, and to be honest, you get bat on that, that's a short boundary down to fine leg. We're just seeing a change in the field now. Fine leg going finer than he was. He's gone 10-15 yards to his right.
It was a good bouncer though by Dunn. Quick. He hasn't got the speed gun on at the moment, but decent over that.
Yeah, a rare quiet over in this innings.
Yeah, drop catch, really good bouncer. Carlson looking to attack and just couldn't really get going against Dunn, who's his first 5 overs have cost 40, but that was probably his best over he's bowled. It's the end of the power play. 73 for 2.
Yeah, always interesting to compare the score with the DLS par score. 73 for 2. The DLS par score at the moment, 29. England takes on the short ball, and it's misfielded at fine leg by Majid. It's not been a good day for Surrey. Sloppy piece of work in the deep gives Colin Ingram and Glamorgan 4 more runs.
Yeah, he just helped it round the corner, and Majid will be cross with himself. He should have stopped that. But when you're having a bad day,
Sorry, still attacking, 2 slips in place. Yeah, I think in both games, Surrey's attack has had more pace than their opposition, but I've been really impressed with just how accurate both Yorkshire and Glamorgan have been, giving no easy runs, no easy boundary options early on, very little width, nothing leg side. Oh, that's cut beautifully behind, backward point for 4 more. Not a lot wrong with that delivery, maybe a hint of width, but not much more than that. And Ingram did really well. He played it late, played the ball under his eyes, and made sure that went behind the man at backward point. 4 more.
Ingram hasn't looked as if he's trying to hurry things up, and he's got 17 from 10 by just playing some really good shots. There's 4 boundaries in that 17.
Update from Edgbaston. West Indies are all out for
Wow.
175. Mark Wood finishes with figures of 5 for 40, but all those 5 wickets came in one spell after lunch. So he took 5 for 9 and 6 overs in that spell, including 3 in and over. England need 82 for the 3-0 win.
Did he get up to the 100 miles an hour? That's what we need to know. He was threatening it.
Short and sharp from McCurr, but just down the leg side. Another extra run to the Glamorgan total. They're up to 82.
Yeah, McCurr's now gone for 27 and he hasn't finished his 3rd over yet.
Just another 40 runs to get for the visitors. I think it's fair to say that time is on their side. Fuller this time, dug out by Ingram.
Yeah, and the rate they're going, that will be about another 6 overs. Scoring very happily currently at 8 and 8, 7 or 8 and over.
You know, this has probably been Surrey's most sloppy performance across formats this season, and they've got to be careful because even though this is a different competition to the Blast and the County Championship, where they're going very well in both competitions, top of the Championship table, home quarter-final in the Blast. Short and pulled firmly to the man at deep backward square leg, who does well to stop it because that was travelling at some pace.
Yeah, that was a good stop in the deep, and they needed that. 4 more, and poor old McCurr's figures would have been made very unfortunate reading. They're still not great, but he's got the wicket. But Ingram at the moment just looks as if he's... Funny, when Surrey played the way Ben Foakes played, it looks as if he was playing a different game to everybody else. And at the moment, Ingram's got that aura about him. He just seems to have so much time.
Yeah, and it just has that rhythm for 50 over batting in which he can score quickly without, as you say, looking like he's taking too many risks. You know, he's scoring quickly, playing orthodox cricket. He gets himself in very good positions. You know, think about that second 4 in that over, the one where he cuts the ball behind square. It's a decent delivery. That's not a 4 ball to most players.
This is a change of ends for Taylor.
Yeah, going back to the momentum point, you know, these are a tough run in the One Day Cup could disrupt your momentum in other competitions, especially given that several players in this Surrey side are really important players, particularly in the County Championship. It's not too long before the County Championship resumes. Leg side again. It's another wide. You know, just comparing the two sides, Surrey in 11 overs, they've bowled 11 wides. That's already more than Glamorgan delivered in 34 overs. So obviously 120 all out. When you're dissecting this game at the end of it, that's where the game's lost. But even with the ball in the field, Surrey haven't been as on it as they would normally expect themselves to be. And Ingram again, all the time in the world, knocks that into the leg side for a single. Hands the strike back to his skipper.
Yeah, so quite surprised Rory Burns is keeping going with the seam attack. Maybe just change things a little bit. I know he's hasn't got much to play with, but he's just try something different and make the batters have to force the pace.
Bit of width, but cut to one of the two men at point. Just two men at point now, rather than the three. We have seen some strange fields today, haven't we?
Oh, from both teams, absolutely. And we had two short square legs, I seem to remember at one stage during the Surrey innings.
At one point we had, after the hat-trick ball. Oh, that's a beauty from Taylor. Leapt up off the length, whistles past Carlson's outside edge.
Yeah, I'd like to see this one again. Here we go. Oh, and that is a cracker.
Squares him up.
Absolute jaffer. Squares him up, just does a little bit.
Has Carlson hopping, angled in from wide of the crease, just holds its line. And again, wonderful bowling from Taylor.
Well, Rory Burns was absolutely right. Keep the pacemen on. Why bring the spinners on when you've got James Taylor bowling this well? That's two absolute beauties with no luck whatsoever. Yeah, that's only his fourth list A match.
Carlson negotiates that one well, picks up a single, moves to 14. Again, it was a slightly quieter over so far. The end in this game not too far away, the required run rate less than one run and over.
It's not often you see that, is it?
Yeah, rarely do you
This
see that
stage,
in
anyway,
the 12th over. Back for length, and yeah, Ingram just motioning that may have struck him on the glove. Another delivery, the third in the over from Taylor, that's really leapt off the length.
Really good over.
Yeah, the Glamorgan pair troubled for the first time in a while, and shows that, you know, Taylor's kept things reasonably straightforward there. He's not tried anything particularly revolutionary. He's just hitting the pitch hard, bowling a really tight line, and we know that on this pitch, if you hit it hard at good pace, it will create problems for the batters, and that's what we've seen.
You were talking about the opening bowlers for Glamorgan. That's exactly what they were doing, and it works. See if McCurr can take something from that.
Very short from McCurr. Called a no ball by the umpire. Sort of ballooned over Carlson.
He's not the world's tallest man either, is he,
No.
Carlson? So you have to be a bit careful with the ballooning bouncer.
I think even if he was bowling to Suleiman Ben, I think that may well have been called as a no ball. Couple of changes in the field. Rory Burns bringing a couple of men over to the leg side. McCurr beats Carlson with a very similar delivery to the ones that beat the Glamorgan captain in the previous over. This one angling in actually to Carlson, who stays very leg side of the ball.
Decent ball.
I think Carlson eyeing up the vast empty spaces in the offside now. Just 4 fielders on the offside. One of them's at slip, one of them's at deep third.
It's the short boundary as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Though, having just checked, Kieran Carlson, and I would not have got this, is 5'11", apparently.
Really?
Well, that's what it says in the Cricketers Who's Who. And who am I to deny the Cricketers Who's Who?
Well, I wonder if there's an element of self-reporting of heights. And I think people, especially those under 6 foot, are prone to a bit of height inflation.
That's true.
I speak as someone who...
Yes, I hear you.
As a sub 6 footer myself. But McCurr finding his areas nicely here, actually. His best spell so far today. Cramping Carlson for room. It's a difficult field to bowl at. You have no margin for error on the offside. Another change. Ben Foakes not with the gloves. It's a strange sight seeing him without the gloves. Moves to deep backward square leg. Another single for Carlson. Not seeing the same aggression that we saw 2 or 3 overs ago, Guy.
No, definitely not. 1, the bowling has been tighter. But 2, you're absolutely right. We're not seeing particularly Carlson, who early on in his innings was throwing the bat at pretty much everything. Just seems to have toned down his approach in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Driven down the ground again by Ingram. That's the 3rd time he's just pushed one past the bowler, really. This one...
The timing on that was extraordinary. That was a defensive push.
Brilliant shot.
It really was, because that was little more than just, it was a decent-ish ball. He played it defensively, but the timing was such, he just kept going and going and going.
Well,
Brilliant.
You called it as soon as he came to the crease, really. He's had so much time. You know, McCurr and Taylor and Dunn are bowling at decent pace, and Ingram looks like he's got all the time in the world. He's moved to 23 off just 16 balls without taking a risk, really. Bit of width this time, and that's punished. Brilliant shot from Ingram. This time there was width to work with. He picks up 4 more.
You feel for McCurr. Yes, the no ball had been involved, but the other 4 really decent deliveries, and suddenly there's 10 off and over again. And Ingram is just playing so well. 27 off 17.
I think that's the challenge for the Surrey attack in the One Day Cup. There have been times where they've looked threatening but have just let overs that they look like they're winning let go from them, get away from them. And that was a good example there. McCurr really in that over. Good again from Taylor. Draws an outside edge, but one that was under control from Carlson.
No, 2 or 3 times in this innings, you're absolutely right. The last 2 balls have gone when so much of the hard work should have been done.
In the Test match, Ben Stokes is opening the batting for England because Zach Crawley is off the field. He's gone for a scan on an injured finger. And England are 12 for naught after 5 balls. Good again from Taylor. He's been the most impressive of the Surrey bowlers today. This time beating Ingram on the inside edge. It's the first time Ingram's looked in trouble, really,
Yep.
maybe other than the ball that struck him on the glove.
It's the first time he's been beaten, isn't it, really? No, I think Taylor has been the standout. I think his second over went for 10, but again, it was shots of the last 2 deliveries, and since then he's been really, really tidy. Well, you can see from his figures, 9 have come from his other 3.2.
Just a single, but again a demonstration of Ingram's class. It's a good ball from Taylor. It's another one that's leapt off a length, and Ingram just gets on his toes, gets over it, and just guides it gently to deep third.
He knows where the spaces are, doesn't he? You just watch him, and he seems to have a plan and just guides the ball to where the fielders aren't.
Now, we've been talking about the rhythm of 50 over batting, and how a lot of players these days don't have a lot of 50 over experience behind them. Colin Ingram does. 39 years old.
200 matches.
200 matches, average of 48, 20 list A100s. Carlson looks to drive that through cover. Almost gets down on one knee. He's almost rehearsing a different stroke, one that would instead have carved the ball behind square on the offside.
Yeah, he's a very good son. I know he's been with Glamorgan a while, but that record is astonishing. To average just under 50, 20 hundreds, 52 50s.
That is a wicket for James Taylor, and it's a deserved wicket. He's bowled really well in this spell. He's beaten the bat on numerous occasions with precisely that delivery, one just back of a length that perhaps bounces a little bit more than a batter expects, and this time it draws an edge, maybe coming off the shoulder off Carlson's bat.
Kieran Carlson was caught by Josh Blake.
And Josh Blake takes a good catch behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's high over the head, and he did well because he got quite a big thickish edge on it. He was backing away, only one hand. He was surprised by the pace and bounce, and you can't say that James Taylor doesn't deserve that wicket.
Yeah, no, he's bowled really well, really, really well. I'm glad that he's got a wicket to show for his efforts. 4.5 overs, 1 for 20. He's bowled with really good control. By some distance, the most economical Surrey bowler today. Matt Dunn going at 8, Conor McCurr going at 9.75 runs per over. Taylor, however, going at just a smidgen above 4.
Yeah, and that was with the 1 over of 10 as well. So yeah, no, he's bowled really, really well. Yeah, we're just looking at the scorecard there. Byram gave them a decent start. Smales a run and ball. Carlson tried to go to run and ball. I was quite surprised he didn't. And there you go, exactly what you were saying. And they're the standout figures very much there. Taylor's. The other Roach brother, Billy, in today. Don't know if his brother Joe will be required at in the final test at Edgbaston, but at the end of that, another very good over. Just the 2 runs from it and a wicket, 99 for 3. Well bowled. James Taylor.
Yeah, just another 23 runs for Glamorgan to get. It will be Conor McCurr to continue to Ingram, who's looked imperious so far today. And there again, I think that's part of what makes him such an impressive player, is that actually he's very good at rotating the strike as well. He's not just waiting for balls to pounce upon. He's looking to score runs even off decent deliveries.
100 comes up as well with that single in the 15th over. Surrey's 100 came up in the 27th over.
And they were more than 3 down as well from memory.
7 down.
Tucked into the leg side, but straight to Ryan Patel. Leg gully. We've seen that position quite a lot today, actually.
Billy Root will feel he missed out a bit on that. It was leg side delivery, either side of Ryan Patel. There are men out in the deep, but if he'd timed it, you can't help thinking that he would have felt he really should have clipped that one away to the short boundary for 4.
Beats him on the outside edge.
Bent his back for that delivery.
He's bowled a lot of very good balls. It's just some overs have just got away from him. We talked about it in the previous over. Really impressive start. Very good first 5 balls. But then just let it go somewhat with a wide final delivery. Down the leg side. And it's another wide. The 12th of the innings so far. Pretty much averaging 1 per over. He add in no ball as well, which is worth 2.
Yep. So yes, you keep having 7 ball overs. Good placement again.
Yeah.
And obviously watching the man at the other end.
It's another one that he's just defended on it and just lent on the ball. There's no follow through, but it's into the gap, so 2 runs.
Exactly, and they're playing them very straight. And no Surrey tend to keep their men wider. They're not trying to bully the ball, they're just placing it really nicely, as straight as possible, and thanks very much, I'll have a couple.
It's a good short ball from McCurr, and it's well played by Root, getting over it. Again, we've got a pretty short square leg. Again, that's a position we've seen on a few occasions today. Glamorgan are going to win this game by some margin, but we have seen them restrain themselves a little bit in the last 5 or so overs.
Yep.
What a shot that is. That is an extraordinary shot from Billy Root. It looked like he was going to duck underneath it. And then at the last moment decided, actually, you know what? We're only 20 runs away from victory here. I'm going to play at it.
I really want to see this again. Here we go.
Wow.
That is amazing. I thought every part of his body seemed to be, I'm going to make sure I duck this.
Except from his hand. He almost played that out of self-defence.
Yes.
Because he tried to duck under it, and I don't think it gets as high as he thinks it's going to get.
But then to have the hand-eye coordination to then roll his wrists and play the ball down, fabulous shot, if not in many textbooks. And again, a 4 off the final over from McCurr.
Although not a lot wrong with that delivery. Taylor to continue.
That is true. I was being probably a little bit over strict with that one.
Yeah, we're very nearly there. 15 to win for Glamorgan. Left alone.
Well, this will be the 50th over of the match, so the fans have seen 1 innings. It's a shame because there is a decent crowd in today.
It's a very, very healthy crowd. Such a good day for cricket. Sun's out.
Sunday afternoon.
Summer holidays. But yeah, we're only going to see 50 or so overs today, unfortunately. England going along quite well. They're 38 for naught after 3. Whitson dispatched. Powerfully cut behind point from Colin Ingram. We've seen that that's an area he looks to target even when there's not much width. Well, there was width this time. And that has rocketed away.
It's almost the first one he's hit in anger, if you know what I mean,
100%,
rather than
100%.
coaxed and timed and placed. That was just crunched away.
Moves down the ground and whacks it over mid-off and long off, and the spans in the first 10 rows. 6 runs to Colin Ingram. We're nearly there.
That's a remarkable shot because he didn't get to the pitch of the ball. He still had an awful lot to do, and then to time it over long off like that with the bat away from his body. Remarkable shot from Ingram.
5 to win for Glamorgan. Down the leg side, but not given.
Not given.
By the umpire.
Colin Ingram rather pointedly pitching where the ball had...
We have a last-minute substitution in the commentary box.
Goodness me.
Guy Swindells departs, an epic stint. He's replaced by Cam Ponsonby. Shaw, and that could be it. I think that is it. Over Josh Blake's head, and that runs away to the boundary. Glamorgan complete the win by 7 wickets. They do so in quick time. 15.5 overs, which means that as a game, 49.5 overs today. Emphatic victory for the visitors. They're on the money. They're on the money with the new ball. Bowled with great control. The Surrey innings never really got going, despite that 44 from Ben Foakes. And then in the run chase, Glamorgan wasted no time getting to their target in just 15.5 overs. Guy, Glamorgan brilliant today.
They were just so solid from the word go, weren't they? From the first ball they bowled, that opening spell and that marvellous knock from Ingram, 39 of 25, couple of sixes to finish 14 off that last over. And Surrey, a very bad day at the office, and that's a shame given the crowd, the day and everything else. But Surrey never really got going and paid the price. Ben Foakes, lovely innings, but that was about it. Taylor bowled well until his final over. A few pluses, but not as many as probably Surrey would have liked.
No, not at all. That is it from us, from me, Rana, Guy Swindells, Cam Ponsonby, John Surtees, and the production team who put the broadcast all together today. Glamorgan 2 from 2, Surrey 0 from 2, but plenty to play for going ahead in the rest of their one-day cup campaign.
And we extend our thanks to today's umpires Jack Shantry and Casper Villa, the match referee Steve Davis, and of course our scorers Debbie Beasley and Kevin Probert.